Everyone in network.
Gymnastics for everyone in network.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves Gymnastics. And hey, everybody, and we have a very special guest down below. We have Miss Goburne, the mother of Darian, the star of Auburn's Gymnastics over, not this year, but over the last 5 years. She was the star of Auburn's Gymnastics, and we have Miss Tiki here, and we're going to talk about the Winter Cup, obviously, because what else is going on in gymnastics other than the Winter Cup? Like, that's what everybody is talking about, right? And we got to talk about Gabrielle Douglas because, duh, like, what kind of gymnastics show would we be if we didn't talk about Gabrielle Douglas? But, you know, what is her specialty is the NCAA. And I know I've been slacking over here with our NCAA coverage. I know I have, because the NCAA isn't my specialty. It was my former co-host specialty, but we're going to talk about it because we're basically halfway through the NCAA season, and we have some things to talk about. Like, some teams are disappointing us, some teams are exceeding our expectations. Of course, it wouldn't be me. There is a little bit of Gymternet drama that I want to talk about. It's nothing big. We're not gonna, go into the meats and potatoes of it, but I do think some gymnastics organizations are kind of getting a little bit too big for their britches, and they think they're CNN or something like that, and we all need to calm the F down, seriously. With that being said, my other co-host, Oscar, he might join us, he might not. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell y'all where he's at and what he's got going on, but I know he's attending a gymnastics competition this weekend, and he traveled to go see the school this weekend. I'm just not sure if he wants his business out there for everybody to know where he's at. So when he gets on, if you want to talk about it, he can. If not, that's his business too. So Tiki, let's start off with the NCAA. Let's start off with what people want to talk about. Like, because we're halfway through the season, and I think starting next week that NQS scores are going to determine the ranking. Right. First of all, how do you even feel about the NQS scores versus the season win-loss record? Because I think it's so, I don't know how I feel about it.
I think with everything that's going on, I think it may help this season. Like, I never understood it before, and I didn't understand why they did that. I think this year is one of those years that they should, because we know some teams earn some scores that they typically would not have earned. So those scores will get dropped or whatever. But I'm one of those people that I really never got into the whole politics part of it. I just went with the flow. Whatever they say happened, okay. I was there to support my baby, and I didn't really, rock the boat too much unless I had to. So
I understand. It can be overwhelming, especially as a parent, because I can imagine you're way more invested.
For me, I don't think I was as invested as there's some people that do too much. I've always been that parent that let her coaches be her coaches. I was just always her biggest fan. And as long as nobody got crazy or said nothing out of the way, then they didn't have to worry about me. It was only when people were doing too much then I have to go and say something. And then, of course, now I'm the bad guy because when it comes to my baby, I'm 10 toes down. And I'm
Of
standing
course.
on business about her every time. So, but I was never that parent, though. Um, I let the coaches coach. I just showed up and made sure that she was mentally prepared and that she was cute. Other than that, I never got involved with the other stuff.
Um, okay, okay. Well, speaking of that, how do you feel about where we're at halfway through the NCAA this year? Um, some schools, like I think we were talking, privately, like Kentucky has really surprised us, like has been one of the, and Missouri too. Like those two schools, for me personally, have really risen a lot this season. And
Right.
there's other schools who it's just not giving what it's supposed to give, in my opinion.
Right.
So, how do you just overall, without naming particular schools yet, how do you feel this season is going?
It's going about how I expected it to. Um,
Okay.
Missouri does not surprise me. They are a team that has always been on the rise, and I don't think they lost anybody from last year. So I expected them to be better this year. Kentucky, as long as I've been watching gymnastics, or since Dariana's been competing, I feel like they're a team that gets better and better every year. And they had a lot of powerhouse hitters that came back this year. So I expected them to be great. I am just so glad that they're finally giving Raina her flowers because she has deserved those tens in every year since I've been watching her compete. So those two teams um, they don't surprise me. I expected Cal to do what Cal is doing, and OU is just OU. And LSU, I was excited about them. I know a lot of people say stuff like they're always overscored, they're this, they're that. I don't too much get into the overscoring thing because I'm not gonna run my blood pressure up trying to worry about whether for real whether or not teams are overscored because there's like it's not gonna change. So like I can't get all wrapped up in that. But what I will say is I watched them last season and I knew who they had coming back this season and who they added to their roster. And I knew that they were a team that was gonna fight to the end. And I feel like if somebody is gonna come in there and challenge OU, I feel like it was gonna be LSU or Cal.
Wow.
Because they know
Wow.
how to compete. This is what I think a lot of people on the outside don't get to see. And from my experience as a team mom, what happens is I watch the dynamics of a team. And as long as the team knows how to compete as a team, they're going to go far.
Okay.
LSU last year that I paid attention this year, those girls love each other. They're very supportive of each other. There's not a lot of inside competition. They kind of mimic what I've always watched the girls from UF do. Not everybody's going to make a roster, but if the ultimate goal is to win a national title, you got to put your best six people up on each event. I never saw those people, or it never showed that there was any fighting behind the scenes on what girls are going to go up. And if you didn't get a chance to go up, then you were just the best cheerleader on the side and you played your part on a team until it's your turn. But you were supportive and they know how to compete as a team. I watch some teams that you can tell it's every man for themselves and they don't know yet how to compete as a team. And I think that is one of the things that plays a big part when you're out there competing in a sport like gymnastics.
Speaking of playing as a team, we haven't talked about this in private because it kind of went over my head, but it just hit me when you said this. How do you feel about what's going on over there at Utah and um, their program? Because Utah, it really feels like I'm watching two different schools when I'm watching Utah compete. It's the school of girls who are happy with the coaches and love the program and love the school. And then there's the girls who really want some kind of change, but they don't know how to because all of the not name brand, all of the big stars seem to be very supportive of the school, whereas the younger ones are like, this is what's going on, and all the older girls is like, well, yeah, you're just not good enough to make lineups. Like, I don't know why you're complaining. Like, and I've never seen that happen. Like, where it took a famous gymnast like Kara Eker to say something before everybody would start to listen. Like,
Yeah. And that's sad, but it's just like you said, you could tell that there's some division there. And until they figure that out, they're not going to be any good to themselves or to nobody else. They got to figure that out. But to me, that starts at the top. Like I feel somebody who there, if it's not the head coaches, is the athletics department. Somebody needs to come in there and sit everybody down and say, hey, this is what it is. And then I feel like too, there's so many times where these girls are so afraid to speak up because they're so afraid that they won't make a lineup, or you know they're going to hold that stuff against.
retaliation. Like,
So and that's real, and that's why a lot of these girls just go through the motions, or they go and they compete, or they have that mentality like, well, it's the free education, let me just do what I can do to stay on this team for 4 years and get a free education, and then I'm free to go about my way. And that's sad because a lot of these girls have worked their behinds off since they were little to get to where they are, and to be able to make it there and not enjoy that experience. That's sad to me.
how do you think? Um, because it seems like whether it's elite gymnastics or NCAA gymnastics, it always seems to be some sort of coaching issue. Even if it's a coach that seems to be the quote unquote nice coach, there's always, if you look hard enough, you're gonna find somebody who they kind of mistreated. They kind of. Why do you feel like it's that way, especially with the coaches in gymnastics? And it's just not like NCAA; it's all of gymnastics. Like, how do we fix the coaching problem where the coaches chill out? Or is there no fixing this issue at this point? Is the system too big? Like,
I'm just from experience. Um, I think everybody has a different relationship with their coaches. Um, I think that if people just go in, if these athletes go in with the mindset, like Darion's thing was, everything that she did was transactional. She understood
correct.
going in that this was a business, because this is what I taught her. These people are running a business. So they are the business owners, you are the employees. She had a list of everything that she was supposed to give when she signed her NLI. Those are the rules that you have to follow, nothing extra. So just go in there and play your part, and you should be okay. And I know, like, I've seen over the years in different groups where so many people had so much to say about Jeff Graber. Um, and like that just wasn't Darion's experience. Um, some things she didn't agree with that he said or did, but guess what? That's not what she was there for. She had that list of what she was supposed to fulfill. She never got involved in all the other stuff. She did what she was supposed to do. She played her part. She was queen when she was there at practice. and on Friday nights, any other time that they needed her to be. But she also knew when to be Darion. She knew how to turn it on and turn it off. So I I can't say that there are necessarily good or bad coaches. Now, there's some coaches that have made some crazy decisions and some things that they should not have done. And of course, that's why people say that they're bad coaches. But I don't think
Do you,
any two or three
I'm just sorry.
gymnasts.
Do you think it's a, like because it's one of the things that I believe, that I personally believe, just from watching for, because I've been watching for. Hi, Oscar. This is my
Hi.
other new co-host.
Hi, Oscar.
Hi, Oscar.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm sorry.
Nice to meet you.
Do you think it's like the age dynamic? Because one of the things that I constantly been seeing is the coaches who get the girls super young and try to mold them as young as possible, so as they got older, they wouldn't talk back, they wouldn't challenge, they would just do what the coaches say to do.
So, my honest opinion, I'm so glad you said that. This is
Okay.
my thing because I've had this conversation with so many people. I feel like those programs are paying these coaches to coach, right? That's hard enough having to coach 20 to 25 girls. I just don't
Yes.
feel like it's their job to teach them manners, to teach them how
Mm.
to respect people, to teach them how to get along with each other, to teach them what to say and what not to say. To me, that's stuff that should have already been taught before they got there. Because when my baby went to school, she was ready. I didn't play none of that. Like we started when she was at an age where she was now in the public eye, where they're now having pages and people are talking. She knew there were certain things that she could not post on social media because I was like, that's gonna follow you. And I just feel like that stuff starts in the home. Like I don't think that should be the coach's job to have to deal with drama, to have to deal with all that kind of stuff. That's too much. His job is to coach. And then if he gotta spend extra time doing all that extra stuff, home training and all that, that takes away from his job being a coach. So that's just my take on that.
May I ask a follow-up
You,
question?
oh, go ahead, Oscar. I'm so sorry.
No,
Oscar, go
you're
ahead.
so
Ask
good.
some questions.
I just your answer was really interesting to me. I'm curious what you would what I guess advice you would give to the gymnasts who haven't received that type of um guidance, I guess, or education from their family or their upbringing once they're looking to join a college team, perhaps.
I don't even know what to say to them because again, for me, I'm serious because that stuff starts in the home. And if you're not given those tools to be successful as a child, trying to figure that stuff out when you're 18 is hard. Unless you have somebody that's like with Darion's roommates, there was a group of girls that I know did not get what my baby got. And you know what we did? We had round tables. Anybody that I know that needed that motherly talking to, or people that would just hear us talking, and they would just come and sit in a circle and be like, wow, like I didn't get that. Like my mom wasn't that supportive, or, you know, if I wasn't doing good at gymnastics, I didn't get praise. Like nobody looks at me
Ooh.
like anything other than a gymnast. And if I don't succeed at this, then my family looks at me as a failure. Like that's the kind of stuff that these girls deal with mentally. And it broke my heart. So I
Right.
would literally sit down and have these conversations like every week. Most of them had my phone number. If you have something that you're dealing with and you don't feel comfortable talking to your parents or you need somebody to talk to, call me. It was the same with the girls at Fisk. A lot of them, as you know, Makayla called me, you know, and I'm just that person that tries to be there for everybody because I I can't imagine that. And even Darian said to me one day, she said, Mama, she said, I guess I just expected everybody's parents to be like you because that's all she's ever seen. So for her to hear some of the stories that she heard, like she was shocked. So it's just like I don't know what
She
to
didn't
tell
know
her.
how bad it.
Exactly. Because that was normal to her, because that was our normal. So she just expected that every parent did the exact same thing.
She's very
Wow.
lucky to have such a supportive mother or
Thank
parent.
you. Thank you. But I also wanted to be able to make sure that she was successful, not just at gymnastics, but in life, because, gymnastics was what she did. It was not who she was. It did not define her. It started out as being something that was fun for her, and she was
Right.
just good at it.
Let me ask you this
Did
question because,
Darian have the same? Oh, sorry.
oh, go ahead, Oscar. Go ahead.
My question was kind of a little off topic. It was about if how many did Darian have like one main coach throughout her club career, or did she switch coaches?
So we started off. She actually had three different. Well, technically three. So she started off at South Florida Gymnastics, um, and she was there from level 4 until she started training level 9. When she was at level 9 that summer is when we heard that David and Laura, they were at LaFleur's Largo at the time, were opening up a gym at Lakewood Ranch, which was close to us. And at that point, we knew that Darian had outgrown South Florida because she was like 11 or 10. She was 10 or 11, and she was starting to train level 9. So when I asked the coaches and the owners what their plan was, they really didn't have a plan because they had never had a female gymnast that went past level 9. So they didn't have a plan for her. And their plan was, like they told me, they didn't believe in her enough that they didn't think she was going to go level 10 or anything. So at that point, I knew I had to find something different. So then when she was 11, we took her to David and Laura. So they were still had one more year to coach at LaFleur's Largo. So she was in between LaFleur's Largo and Lakewood Ranch, part-time during the week. So she was with David and Laura from level 9 until college.
Okay. So
Thank you.
my question I was going to ask is, do you think, because most people start putting their children in gymnastics like around 3 or 4, right? Do you think a lot of the parents really don't know what gymnastics really is, right? A lot of the parents that see Sean Johnson or Nastia Liukin or Simone Biles, and they see they went to the Olympics and they got a gold medal and the pretty leotards, and they think it's like very girly and very easy, safe or whatever, and they don't realize how hard gymnastics is, how tough of a sport this sport really is, like what they really are putting their children in until like they get to be about level 10 elite, and then they be like, wait, this is way more than I thought it was going to be.
That's exactly what it is. And then this is the thing too, because I've talked to gym owners. Every time it's an Olympic year, everybody watches the Olympics and they watch gymnastics.
Mhm.
Everybody's child wants to be a gymnast at that point. I think the only people that really know what they're getting themselves into are past gymnasts, people that were gymnasts before and went like were not just a regular gymnast, but were high level gymnasts that were like level 9s and 10s or went to college or did elite. Those people know exactly what they're getting themselves in.
Correct.
Somebody like me, I didn't know. Darian was doing all-star cheer, and there one day there was a gymnastics meet on the other side, and she wanted to go watch it. Then she said she wanted to do that. So I'm like, okay. And I told her that for a couple of years. She'll tell you the story. She told me that for about 8 years before she actually did it. But when I took her there, I was like, okay, I was paying like $60 a month for a class. And I was just like, wait, because they told me 4 years before she would make team, and she was on team like the next week. So I kind of went with the flow and learned as I went along, but I asked questions. And I had to kind of learn because I didn't do gymnastics. So I had zero knowledge. And when I was like, when we got to like you said, Makayla, level 9, I was like, what, wait a minute, what is this? Like we had not thought about college gymnastics. I didn't know that there were gymnastic scholarships. Like all that was so new to me. So you're absolutely correct. A lot of people just put their kids in it as something to do extracurricular or something for them to do for fun, and then their kids get into it, they love it, they excel at it, and then it's like, okay, we got to figure this out.
Yeah, and the thing that the only reason that I even thought about it because something Michaela Skinner of all people said recently in an interview she did. She was like, and some people like some of the parents literally was standing there right next to Larry Nassar. He was doing the stuff to their daughters, but they were just so blind and naive to the sport that they just thought that's what was supposed to happen. And it's just, and I, one of
But
the things,
they thought
go
what
ahead.
was they thought what was supposed to happen. Because as a parent, I'm gonna ask questions, and if something seems off, then you have to ask those questions. I think some of those parents were willing to do whatever to get their children to the Olympics. So they kind of turned a blind eye to some of that stuff. Because when all that stuff went down and it hit the fan, guess what I did? Because at that point, Darian was going to the ranch. At that time, Darian, I knew she was injured and Larry was one of the doctors there. I immediately pulled her aside. This didn't happen to you, right? Because I questioned my baby. Because let me tell you something, there's not an Olympics, there's not nothing that would be worth me selling my soul or my child's soul to nobody.
And I think that's like one of the big, and that's one of the things that people aren't willing to talk about in USA Gymnastics or like the fandom. But as a parent, I wish more of you guys would explain, not necessarily you, but like especially like the Olympic level girls who, because it's just such a disconnect. Like, and so many of the parents have completely washed their hands of the situation and blame USA Gymnastics. And it's like, what's the girl? Riley McCusker, her mom, right? How she tried to sue Maggie Haney, but Maggie Haney's defense was, "It's your mother's fault." And the more court information came out, it was her mom's fault. Like her mom knew that Maggie Haney was a horrible coach. She purposely put her daughter in the program because she wanted her daughters to go to the Olympics. And then Riley had to eventually drop her whole lawsuit because eventually she had to. The judge was like, "You need to sue your mom,"
Right,
and then sue Maggie.
right,
And because isn't willing to go sue her mom, she had to eventually drop all her lawsuit.
right.
And
And
go ahead.
and then I too think, speaking to some elite girls, or girls that have gone through elite, they have this thing in their head about being quiet because a lot of them know the sacrifices that their parents made when it comes to like finances and stuff to keep them in the sport. So it's just
Mm.
like if I say something, now my parents have spent all this money and it's for nothing. So I can't say that every parent knew, because some girls had that burden and that cloud over them, like, dang, my parents spent this type of money. And now, if I'm tired of doing it, I'm afraid to let my parents know that I no longer want to do this. This is no longer my dream because look how much money that they've spent. So a lot of them deal with that. And they've told me that, like, personally, I never talked finances with my child. I just made it happen. Darian did not know how much gymnastics cost until me and another parent took our girls out to lunch a couple of months ago. and we were talking about the sacrifices that we made. And my baby's 24, and she looked at me. She said, "That's what you did? That's how
Mm.
much it cost?" And in that moment is when Darian decided that she was not going to have any children. She said, "Because I'm not sharing my money with nobody." She was like, "I'm not doing
Wow.
that." She's like, she was like, "I didn't know." And the only thing I ever told her from the beginning was, "Don't play with my money. If this is what you want to do, I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that you can do it. Just go out there, do what you do, and have fun. If it ever gets to a point where it's no longer fun for you, let me know, because then we need to find something different." That's all I ever said, and we never had those issues.
That sounds very mature. May I ask you a question? About, I really don't mean to sound critical, so please forgive me if it sounds that way. That's not my intention at all. But I'm
Mhm.
curious about you talking about the girls. That makes perfect sense to me, that they would feel like they wouldn't want to make a problem given all the sacrifices their support and their family have given. But
Mhm.
do you, for your personal experience with Darion that you just shared, do you think that's how you phrased it verbatim, how you just said it? Or do you think that the way that you brought it up, sorry to be specific,
Mhm.
trying to figure out if she had been involved in an abusive situation, for instance, did you give equal room for her to say yes and no?
Oh, absolutely. Because the one thing that I taught my children growing up is, I don't care who it is. You let me know. It could be a friend, a family member. It doesn't matter. We gonna handle it. So one thing about her, she used to tell me, because like when you go to the ranch, parents aren't allowed. You know that wall that you always see all the kids standing and doing handstands and stuff. Parents
Uh-huh.
aren't parents aren't allowed beyond that point right there. So
Wow.
yeah, you can't go in. I didn't even fly with Darian. Darian flew with David and Laura because they were like her second parents, and I trusted them.
I'm so sorry, everybody. The stream just kicked me off. I do apologize. Um, we're 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 back in session. I see everybody's back in the chat. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. YouTube just kicked me off, but we're back on.
Hmm.
Um, Tiki was in the middle of explaining her relationship with, and I just want to say this: Nora and Darion, the little bit that I do know of her, she's too outspoken. If something ever was to happen to her, she would Tiki would be getting a call like, Darion got in a fight. Darion tried to kill somebody at this gym. You need to come get Darion. Darion is going crazy. And then Tiki would come there. And then the story would be Tiki and Darion tried to blow up USA Gymnastics.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But she just was like, I always made sure she knew that no matter what, she could come to me and talk to me about whatever. But I gave her coaches room to be her coaches. I was the parent. So,
And I think that's from what I hear from a lot of the gymnasts and when they tell their story, it seemed like a lot of the parents were more hands off. They were more like, whatever your coaches say, I guess that's what we should do. Whatever the doctors say, I guess that's what we should do. I don't know. I never been in gymnastics. But I done spent all this money, so I want you to get as far as you can get. So I guess if that's what the people are telling me, I guess that's what we need to do. I don't know.
right, right.
And I feel like I really feel like one of the ways that we can not necessarily stop a lot of the shenanigans because it's never going to end. It's like when you have adults with children, people are just going to take advantage of that situation regardless, right? But one of the ways that I think we can advocate better if we had people in the sport, if USA Gymnastics would hire maybe some of the fans to really talk to the parents and like, okay, you realize your daughter is going to be in the gym like 8 hours a day, like, and really talk to the parents, like especially like some of us super fans. Maybe when they get a young girl and their parents like they don't know nothing about gymnastics. Maybe they only know football and baseball and basketball. Get one of the fans to talk to their parents and explain to them literally what their daughter is going to go through.
You are absolutely
Makayla,
correct
why do you
because by
think
the
that would?
go
Sorry.
ahead. No,
So go
no,
ahead,
go
Oscar,
Oh, I was asking, why do you think fans would be better than, say, an ex-gymnast?
people involved with USA Gymnastics have a skewed sense of what USA Gymnastics is, whereas the fans, we're gonna tell them the truth.
Definitely.
We're gonna be
But
like, I don't
I
think you should send
definitely
them
agree
to
that.
play, but they like to break the girls. Like we're gonna tell them the truth.
But I think you're totally right about the being skewed sense of perspective. I'm just curious about the gap probably in experience between gymnastics and just a fan who loves to watch, loves the gymnasts.
There is gonna absolutely be an age gap, but at least like I think the fans' perspective is closer to where the parents' perspective is. Whereas the gymnast perspective, especially if there's like one of the things I've learned is if a gymnast is still involved with USA Gymnastics, 9 times out of 10 they've been brainwashed by USA Gymnastics already because all the people that speak out, USA Gymnastics kick them to the side and want no dealings with their asses. But all of the people that are meek and have nice things to say about USA Gymnastics. USA Gymnastics embrace them girls and bring them in and let them be national team coordinators and everything. But when you speak out about their asses, they treat you like Dominic Luciano. So that's why I don't trust
So,
former gymnasts who have a positive viewpoint of USA Gymnastics.
oh, that seems so obvious to me. What do you think about the ones who are speaking negatively about USAG?
I think the parents should really listen to them people because they're telling you some real stuff that's gonna happen to your children. You don't want to see it because you don't see it because NBC and USA Gymnastics do a great job of covering that stuff up for the cameras. But oh, it's real.
and it's always the ones that are speaking the truth. Those are the people that we want to shut down because we don't want the truth to get out. That's just like Makayla. That goes back to what happened with me when I
Hmm.
brought stuff that happened with UCLA. Oh, I
Correct.
was everything. And the people that didn't even know me, I was a liar. I was this. I was that. Those people just for weeks and months. Some of them are probably still talking about it. They straight dogged me out until somebody else jumped on it. Until some of the other girls started speaking out. But it
Hmm.
was crazy to me because they didn't want to hear it because they were supportive of that coach and because they didn't think that that kind of stuff would ever go on. And I don't even, to me, it wasn't even that a coaching thing because what I do understand is that there is a chain of command. He's the
Correct.
head coach, but he still has to do what the athletic director advises him to do, what the university advises him to do. To me, he was the scapegoat.
Correct.
So it was, from what I understand, who could have changed that whole projection of how that happened was that girl's father, who was the one that told her not to apologize.
Mm.
And they just picked up and left and went to another school. And that was sad to me because you know what? If outside of gymnastics, if that happens in real life, you can't just pick up like that kind of stuff could get somebody hurt seriously. And he's not
Absolutely.
preparing her for real life situations. These girls are like pretty much placed in a bubble, and a lot of them are coddled, and a lot of them are very protected. But then when it's time for them to go out into the real world, they have no clue what to do. And I just feel like that should have been a teachable moment. I feel like her daddy should have said, apologize, even if she ain't mean it. Because if you remember, the girls on the team didn't even want her kicked off. All they
Nope.
asked for was an apology, but you wouldn't even do that. It was just easier for you to walk away and go somewhere else. So again, when I was telling the truth about whatever, and it's not what the people wanted to hear, oh yeah, I was shunned. They ain't wanna hear nothing from me.
Hey, aren't you kind of going through that right now again?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's skim on this subject real quick, and then we can talk about the elite season. Because I promised Tiki I will only have her for an hour, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to keep this lady on here for those 7 or 8 hours like y'all like to have me on here for. So, um, so what happened, from my understanding, is I'm not even going to name the organization. I'm just going to say a gymnastics blog ran with the story that was told to them in private, and and then people asked them to take this story down because they weren't ready to make this announcement yet, right? This what they were doing was kind of teasing something that was a possibility, whereas this blog took this as fact and ran with it. And now it's out there, everybody expecting this to happen, and I'm not sure if this school even is ready for this ready for this attention that they're going to get, because I don't think they're ready to. Oh, I wish they would just take this story down and just do the right thing, but of course they won't.
Right. And at this point, Makayla, it's like it's too late. And there's so much that happened behind the scenes that most people don't. But my involvement with Brown Girls Do Gymnastics, my involvement with the HBCU Alliance, like I've been with Darren since I want to say her second year. Darian started with Brown Girls when she was 17. I've been on their parent board. I've I've been at most of their conferences. Darian has been an ambassador. So there's some information that I'm privileged to that most are not. I'm not allowed to share a lot of that information. So when I saw this, and this is the crazy, let me tell you how tight-lipped this is. As involved as I am with Brown Girls, as involved as I have been with signing petitions with Darren side by side, doing everything that we needed to do to support her in order to make these these teams a reality. Those of us that have been on her board, we don't even know when that
Wow.
team is going to launch until Darren makes the announcements. And we're right there with her. And we don't know. We find out when the public finds out. That's how tight-lipped she is. And it's for a reason. And what most people don't know is the first school that we were supposed to start was Grambling, right? And
Mhm.
like she was putting stuff out there, about Grambling and this, and then it fell through. That was traumatic for her. Nobody knows that. Like when you put so much work and your heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears into making these programs a reality and things fall through, it's heartbreaking. It's disheartening. So there's a lot of stuff that she has been through and things that she has had to deal with and overcome because of that. So from that experience is why she is the way she is. Darren is that person that wants to follow through. She wants to make sure that her coaches are in place. She wants to make sure everything is good because what a lot of people don't realize is these HBCU teams are different from any other team. They have their eye on us. They pick us apart. Any little thing that's not right, they're going to have something to say. You know, there's like a fund out there that they have for startup teams and XYZ. Look how much money Clemson got. Darren was never afforded those same luxuries for any of these teams. So everything that we have done to start this up pretty much came from donors or the schools. And it hasn't been as easy starting up those programs as like with Clemson or any other program that will start up after that. We don't have those same luxuries. So we have to be careful. And then it's stuff like what that same blogging site put up, like they put that piece up that time calling Fisk and Talladega lower budget schools. Like it's stuff like that. And it's just like,
It's a lot of dog whistles coming from this organization.
right.
Like,
And when you're us, somebody else might look past that. We see right through that. And I'm just like, not on this good Black History Month. Y'all not gonna do that because I'm like, people don't understand that we are tired. Like we are expected to allow people to say and do whatever, and we're supposed to
they
sit back and not say nothing and just take it. We ain't doing that no more. We are tired. And then the minute we fight back or the minute we say something, then of course we're the bad people. We're combative because I chose not to give information about what I knew. I was combative. I called the lady ma'am. Don't call me ma'am. I was combative. By calling somebody ma'am, my parents were in the military. I've been sick calling everybody ma'am and sir since I was 2 years old. I call people younger than me ma'am and sir. But she was offended. And then the crazier thing was when two other white women got on that same post and said this
yeah,
was a case of
very scary.
tone policing a Black woman. Nobody said a word. But the minute I agreed, then they all had something to say to me. Why did you not have something to say to your white peer that called you out? Because you know she was
What did
right.
they
You would never
say, the
say
peer?
nothing. Say that again. What did Oscar say? I didn't
Oh,
hear
I
him.
asked you what the other white person post said, their peer.
There was
How did they call
two
them out?
that told those, they said that they
It
were
was
tone policing a Black woman. Like, I never said anything
Mm.
negative. All I said was that I wish they would not have released this information prematurely. And then people were like, what do you
Yeah.
mean?
and then when another person, and I'm so sorry. Then when another person was like, "Well, all I know is when I posted it, and they in the school contacted me directly and asked me to take it down. I just took it down."
Exactly. So she gave a little bit more information, but she probably could. Me being as close to Darren in the organization and I know what's going on behind the scenes, there's some information I'm not
And,
divulging.
and being and having my little bitty platform that I have over here, I posted stuff and people ask me to take stuff down before and I just take it down. Like it's never no issue to take something down, especially if you're announcing something. If you're like, for example, I have a great example. I have a slight semi relationship with a gymnast who sometimes send me some training videos of theirs, right? I know I can never post those videos. Why? Because as soon as I post them, I mess up any kind of relationship I have with that person. And some of these gym blogs feel like because they're HBCUs and they don't really matter, they can shit on them.
Right,
And they constantly keep doing it over and over, and there's these little dog whistles just because they're not.
right. All these microaggressions and, like you said, these dog whistles, they're loud and clear when it's loud and clear to us. It might go over somebody else's head, but we see it, we hear it. And so now, it's
T.
crazy
Oh, sorry.
because for, they
For
dealing
them.
with that same post for like 2-3 days. Like people want to go back and forth. I ended up blocking people because, baby, at my big age, I'm not gonna, not 3 days later, baby, it's a new day. So I just ended up blocking people, and I just told everybody be blocked and blessed. And then I feel bad for like Jennifer, who owns the page. Like
Hmm.
she talks to me a lot, and she's really trying to learn. And like we talk behind the scenes, and she'll ask me questions, and she'll be like, well, I have a stupid question. I'm like, nothing, no question is ever stupid, because her and, I don't know if you know Renee, like Renee is on it. Renee will call
I love
out.
them.
Renee will call you out when you racist.
Yes.
And Renee was one of the ones calling them out, but they ain't had no smoke for Renee, who is their peer, who is telling them that what you're doing is racist and you're wrong. But if I agree with Renee, then they got smoke for me. But the last thing that Jennifer said to me, she said, this is exhausting. She said, Tiki, if this is what you deal with every day, she's like, I don't see how you do it. So she just turned, I think she archived the group for a while.
Mm.
And this is the thing that that she just realized, because I was like, that's great, but people don't even understand stuff. Like when you say white privilege, and people will say, well, it's not real. Let me tell you how real that was. Okay, because she was mentally exhausted from trying to help her peers unlearn certain things and teach them new things, and teach them that we can't continue to do this, because like I said, it's not my job to teach you how to not be a racist. That's not my job. That starts in the home. That starts with your mama raising you and telling you the wrong thing. So now it's embedded in you. Now you think that's the right thing, and you go out there and do that same thing. I was not afforded that luxury, because guess what? She archived the group. She don't have to deal with it. Guess what? I'm still black. I don't get to just say, you know what, I'm tired of dealing with this. These people getting on my nerves. I'm tired of dealing with racism. Let me just turn off the color of my skin. No, because guess what? I still have to be black every single day. And people don't get that. We can't just turn it off or turn off the color of our skin because we're exhausted with dealing with racism. We have to just push through, and we just have to learn how to deal with it.
And this is the other thing, like when I say white privilege, this is what I'm meaning as an example. Why why punish the whole group because you're tired of dealing with it? Why not deal with the people that you see are being racist?
I think there are so many, and I don't know that it was just this one particular incident. It may have been a lot of different.
Probably,
It may have been a lot of
probably.
different things. She just said, she's tired of dealing with drama, and it's not just that, because I'm a moderator in that group, and it's a lot of stuff that goes on, and it's crazy. You wouldn't believe the posts that get reported, and you're like, well, what was it?
No, it's this gymnastics community. This gymnastics community is mentally ill. Like it's something wrong
Yeah,
with this whole with everybody in this damn gymnastics community. Literally, you remember Oscar a couple of weeks ago, I was getting into it with I don't even think I was really even getting into it with a Brazilian gymnastics fan. And next thing you know, they just start calling me all kind of racist monkeys and stuff like that. Like it's just
Just
like
for
these people are.
associating with Gymlandia.
I guess like it's just it's literally like people are mentally ill in this community, and they do not like because it's a global issue. Racism is a global issue, and that's just what it is with gymnastics. And people do not like when black gym fans speak on shit. Like they like us being there, but they do not like us speaking actually on stuff and having opinions
that
and
part.
actually knowing
That part. Or they
what
don't
the
like
hell
us
we're.
doing well. They don't like us doing well. That is an issue too. And the and that's why That's the reason why it's critical for us to have these HBCU programs, because we need a safe space. We do. And people act like they don't understand why we do. And I think the more programs that are offered, the more you're going to see top black gymnasts or bigger name black gymnasts going to these programs, because they can go to D1 schools, but they're not going to have the same experience. Like, I want to go somewhere where I'm celebrated. I want to go somewhere where there's people that look like me. I want to go somewhere where I know I'm not going to be called out my name, or I'm not going to have to deal with a whole bunch of racism. It don't have to be the best program. I want to go there and have fun. Do you notice Talladega? They could lose
Yeah.
every meet. Those girls were scoring sevens on floor, but baby, when they was done with floor, they were celebrating each other like they scored a 17. Okay? Because they did not care. They had the support of their sisters, and they're out there having a blast, and they don't have to deal with some of the stuff that's going on at some of these top universities. And that's the part that people don't understand.
Not trying to be shady, but it does seem like Talladega had a way better rollout than the first HBCU had. Like their girls seem to be actually enjoying the program,
You know what?
not stressed out.
I will say
Is
this.
it possible they learned from the mistakes?
Oh, it definitely feels like they learned from the
And not
mistake.
I don't just I think the coaching staff is different. That's what I see. The coaching staff is different. When I found out that Asia was going to be the coach, like, I love Asia. She's a great person altogether. When she was called and asked would she consider applying for the head coach position, do you know what she said to Darren? I need to go
What?
and pray about it.
Aw.
So she's a good person. Their volunteer coach is a great. He was at Alabama. I absolutely love Zan. Love him. I don't know much about the other coach, but I think a lot of people were kind of iffy about her. But she seems to be doing great. Those girls have a safe space when it comes to them, and she goes to church with her girls. She makes sure that their mental health is okay. She puts them first. They feel safe with her. So I think that's why you see that group doing what they do. And then of course you see what went wrong the first time, and then you correct those things. And I do think that every team after will get better and better and better.
And guess what? That's not even a read to fifth. That's just what the nature of the world's supposed to be.
Right.
Whoever is the first always have the hardest because you're the example that everybody else
Right.
either can improve upon or follow. And they still should always fifth gymnastics should always. You are the first, so it's never a read. You know.
Right. And just strive to do better
Can I
every year.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've reached the hour mark, but Tiki, can I get you for 15 more
I
minutes?
got
Because I
nothing.
still
Come
want
on, let's make it do what it do.
to.
I
Okay.
have a question.
So huh, I have
Back
a
in Puerto
question too. So give me one. Let me ask my question first, Oscar. Let me ask my question first. So I'm moving on from NCAA. So moving on. Another piece of gym internet tea happened that I want to talk to you about, which was Gina Childs, right? So I don't know if you saw this, but because I like the person. So again, I'm trying to be very anonymous. So a person on Twitter made a post after Jordan did her interview with Jim Cassis saying that somebody from somewhere made her change her floor routine, right?
Hmm.
And somebody on Twitter was like, they can kind of understand because they feel like the NCAA routine Jordan had was a little bit too much booty shaking for elite gymnastics. That's kind of the term they use. It was too much booty shaking for elite gymnastics or whatever. So then that same person made an apology post saying, I'm not saying like Jordan was twerking or doing none of that stuff. I'm so sorry if that's the way the interpretation was. I'm just saying like that one part when she was doing the salt and pepper dance, I think was too risque for elite gymnastics, right? But Gina didn't see the apology post. Gina saw the first post when Mama was going off. When Mama was going off about the twerking and the booty
Gina
shaking.
went
So then
in.
Gina made it was like
Didn't she also make a personal dig at Gina in her history?
She
I haven't
did.
gotten there yet. I haven't gotten there yet. So Gina made a post saying that there was no booty shaking in Jordan's routine and being a black gymnast, everybody's gonna look at everything she do kind of sexualize or whatever, and the people just hate Jordan and they just need to acknowledge that they're not fans of Jordan. So who then the person crossed lines. I can't even I like you person, but you crossed the fucking line and you know it. Then the person crossed lines and was like, Gina, I think you need to get off the internet and personal diss about paying the lady her money back, personal diss about being on probation, personal, I guess Gina and them starting the church and calling Gina all kind of drifters and all kind of really personal, horrible, horrible, horrible stuff. And then Gina let that person have it. And then Gina let that person have
As she
it.
should have. I'm Team Gina. Team Gina. Because
So my question to you is, how do people in the gym, as the fans, right, understand that these girls are not your friends? You do not know these girls. You do not have the right to speak to their families the way like that. Like, even if the lady did take your post and respond to something you said about her daughter, she's literally defending her daughter. You don't have the right there to sit up there and personally attack her back.
right. And that's the issue that I've had. I've dealt with that. Because as a parent, especially the people on Reddit or Twitter, like if somebody says something about your child, you're supposed to just sit there and take it and not say nothing. Who? Baby, let me tell you something. When it comes to mine, it's free game. Play with it if you want to. Just be ready. Because just like I used to tell them, I don't have to worry about making a lineup. She does. You do what you do. Gonna handle this. Cause don't play with me. Don't think that you're gonna get on there and say something about my child. She might not respond, but her mama is. And then her cousins coming, her aunties coming, all of that. Cause then it's fair game. But people need to know when enough is enough. Because see, if Gina better than me. Cause just like she attacked Gina and all of that, baby, it would have been fair game. Cause we would have been talking about your mama, everybody. Cause if we doing it, let's do it. You know what I'm saying? They expect us to sit back and not say nothing. No, we not doing that. Not in 2024. You don't get to say what you want to say about my child, about me, and then think because my child is who she is, I have to sit back and be quiet. No, ma'am. I'm Team Gina because I was on there. I love you, Gina. We love you, Gina. Because listen, I'm sure Gina tired of people bothering her. You got to think. You got to think. Gina been sitting back and not saying nothing since before the
Well,
Olympics.
oh
They've
wow,
been talking.
oh
Ain't,
yeah,
ain't nobody. Because let me tell you something. I defended Gina on a post on that same panel. And like I thought it was wrong that a guy was like, there is no reason why nobody should have been talking about that lady. Nobody thought about Jordan's mental health going into the Olympics and how that could have affected her. Nobody cared. So when people were telling this guy, oh, you was wrong for this, and I was liking the post. So he messaged me privately and was like, I don't understand why you're liking the stuff, but the people are saying that I was wrong about what I was saying about Gina. I've never said anything negatively about Darian. This ain't nothing about Darian. You wrong, dog. Like, there's no reason that y'all should bring that up. That has nothing to do with Jordan. People act like they don't make mistakes and that they never did nothing wrong. That's the issue. Because if we really put everybody's stuff out there, ain't nobody perfect. Just like the Bible said, we've all fallen short. But it's just because Jordan is in the public eye, y'all feel like y'all could do that. That's wrong.
And I understand that Jordan is a very famous gymnast and people are going to have opinions about her gymnastics. But when her family come and defend her from your opinions, you just going to have to shut the fuck up at that point in time. Like, or be like, I'm so sorry, Gina, I didn't mean it that way, or something like, because, or hell, just be like, I meant it, but I wish her the best of luck, or something. But to go back and forth, because what Gina did, I think any mother would do to their child. Like she just defended Jordan's gymnastics and her chances of making the Olympic team.
And
Like,
she should have, because any mother is going to do that. And some of these Twitter thugs and all of these, none of them will never understand until they have a child and it happens to them. Like a lot of these people that I see saying all this crazy stuff on some of these college posts or some of these blogs and whatever. I'm like, yeah, you don't have children. You can't. And then a lot of the ones that go back and forth with me, like so many of them have so much to say about my child. And I'm like, but I don't even know you. Like Darian was not a problematic gymnast. So then I go back and research. I'm like, oh, she beat your child when she was in level 9. Oh, because I know sometimes it's personal. It ain't always about what's going on. Sometimes it's really personal. Because those people, they do that. They do that. And it's just crazy. But I want them to leave Jordan alone because I love Jordan. I want Jordan to be able to go out there and do what she does best and not have all of this extra stuff in the back of her head. Because people may not understand that gymnastics is 99% mental. You know what I'm saying? One crazy thought in the middle of a release move, somebody could fall and break their neck. And they don't think about that. I don't know if maybe some of these people that do all this crazy stuff don't have children that do gymnastics, so they don't know the severity of it. They don't know how you got to make sure that these gymnasts are mentally prepared. And that was always my ritual. If Darian competed on Friday, I was there on Thursdays, cleaning up the whole house, all her roommates. I cleaned, I cooked, I did dishes. All Darian had to worry about on Fridays was going out there and doing gymnastics, because everything else I took care of, because I didn't want her to have to think about nothing but her routines. Because she will tell you, there was something that I think Doc Alley said, um, that really stuck with her. And she was just like, you got to visualize. Darian always had a journal. She never watched
mm,
teammates before her. If you ever go back and watch a meet when they were on beam, when she competed beam or bars, Darian had her back turned. She was visualizing her own thing because she said, she would give herself key words. And I was like, so you talk to yourself in the middle of it? She said, girl, yeah. She said, because the devil will throw something crazy in your head and you'll be thinking about, oh my God, if I miss my hand, I'm going to break my neck in the middle of a routine. And I was like, dang, they go through stuff mentally that we never even think about. And I talked to my child about that, so I know. But people they have to be mindful of that. Like, and you really, like, if you're a fan, and if I was that girl, I would have just, like, it won't hurt to just say you was wrong, apologize. But like you said, Makayla, to keep going back and forth, no, that you was wrong. You was just,
I think when I first joined the gym today, I had an experience like that with this male gymnast named uh,
Van
Colin
Van Winklin.
something another, and I was making a point like I feel like and I will make this point to this day. I don't give a damn. I feel like with the men, a lot of the times the men are wasting their time if they're want to go for the Olympic, because I don't like the way the men's NCAA system is structured. It makes no sense for the men who are actually trying to make the Olympic team to do their full Olympic routines every week for fucking 4 months for no reason. And then you have a full whole elite season that you have to do. Like with the women, it's different because NCAA gymnastics is easier than elite gymnastics. So you're not putting your body through that every single weekend in and out just to win a national title. Like it just feels so for the men. It just feels so. He didn't like that very much, and he started naming his little accomplishments. And I just said okay and moved on. I didn't go back and forth.
Right.
And it just come to the point where some people need to check their egos. Like these people are still human beings. I mean, they have a right to eventually like say something back.
Right.
You would.
Right. But you know what? I never noticed that the men go out there and do their full elite. I never noticed that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the men have to do
I
the
think it's
men
a
code point
standard
is
rule.
open code every weekend. It is no easier routines, there's no 10.0. Like the men it's that's why there's so much injuries, in my opinion, on the men's side of the sport. Because literally they're doing full out routines for the whole first 4 months and then they get a 2 month break. But sometimes they don't do a 2 month break because sometimes they go on assignments and stuff. Like they'll have no break throughout the whole year. It's like once gymnastics starts, it starts. Like, and the women, if they're doing NCAA and elite, NCAA is still hard, but it's still a lower level of difficulty than elite. So then they, so it's different. It's just
But wait,
different.
I don't want Oscar to forget his question that he was going to ask.
Oscar, what was she gonna ask?
Oh, you're so sweet. I won't forget it.
Okay.
Actually, about the college blog or the Twitter account. I just was hoping, I was wondering if you could clarify what they were, I guess, what they were trying to convey, and also what you think of this piece of information that they were citing this blog post or this announcement from the HBCU itself. It seemed like announcing that they had an intention to start a team in 2026. Did you get to see? I'm sure they like kept sending it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw it. But this is my thing. If you're going to write, if you're going to put out an announcement, right? And if you're going to include Brown Girls Do Gymnastics in that announcement, if the owner of Brown Girls Do Gymnastics sends you an email and asks you, hey, our name is attached to this, and for XYZ reasons, can you please take it down because of these reasons? Why not just take it down? Because you attached their name to it. Now they're asking you to take it down because their name is attached to it. Just give them that.
Mm,
Like, is that so hard?
yeah.
But it's a, oh, we gotta be the first. We gotta go and report before what's the other one of the other people get wind of it, or XYZ. Like it's an
Break the
integrity thing.
story.
Yeah, exactly. Like, was it worth breaking the story? Because guess what? Now you have now put walls up. You have now burned a bridge. Anything coming from that organization ever again, will they never give you an interview? Will they never give you any information? Because now she doesn't trust you. That's all I can say. But there was some other stuff that happened.
That's a very tale. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
They would. Do you think that Brown Girls Do Gymnastics would have had an issue with the article being written if they had, well, if they had never mentioned brown girls in gymnastics specifically, or had just edited it at request, or was the issue bigger than
Um,
that?
the issue was bigger than that. The issue was
Okay.
bigger than that. And then this is the thing too, Oscar. Um, let me just ask you this: like, if you were starting something, right? Say you were starting a men's gymnastics team, and you had worked, and done all this stuff, and um, of course, the school is going to put whatever they put wherever they put it, right? Would you think that it
Mhm.
would be fair to you if before you even got a chance to announce what you did or what you set in motion before somebody else did, do you think that would be fair to you? Would that upset you just a little bit?
Like a
Like let brown
yes,
girls
I want
announce,
to say yes.
right, but because let brown girls announce their stuff first and then do a story, hop on that story, because Darren likes to do things in order. She likes to make sure things are solidified before any information is put out there because of what happened with Grambling.
Right.
So, like, let her break her own story. Like I said, I've been a part of Brown Girls for 7+ years. I didn't even know. We that work closely with her don't know until she announces it. And when I saw it, I screenshot it, sent it to her to congratulate her, and that's when I found out what had really happened and why she was so upset. So now I'm mad too because that it was just wrong. But there's a lot of
Because from my
there's some other things that happen along with that.
yeah, but from my understanding,
Thank you for putting it that way.
this school doesn't even have a head
I
coach yet,
They have
or
nothing
they
except
don't have anything yet
except
to make an announcement.
except that they plan on having this team start in 2026.
right.
That's it.
I don't think I have brown girls gymnastics their involvement in the situations it that way. And I'm sorry if I sounded like a devil's advocate, but I was curious.
No, I understood why you were asking. And you know what? I think that if people would have asked the question like you asked it, that's different. Because I know you're like
Okay.
it is different. But for people just to be like how they were, like they were entitled to some information that I didn't have to give them, that was my issue. And
And
people
that's
just get nasty for no reason because I wouldn't talk.
For no reason. It was
absolute.
so disrespectful.
Right, right. It really was.
So I know what everybody came here to talk about, and let's get into it. Let's get into it because we still got another what 6 weeks of NCAA gymnastics left, plus the whole playoff system, plus nationals. So we got lots of NCAA to talk about. But Winter Cup is literally this weekend, and I've been so stuck on Winter Cup. I forgot Cubs or Cubs. How do you say that word, Oscar?
Coppus?
Cubs. I forgot that was even going on
Where's
this weekend.
Coppus?
Germany.
That's in, I think.
Yes. And that's going on this weekend too. So we
And
have
there's
lots.
Italian Series A.
And hell, Canada had some kind of their version of Winter Cup this weekend too. I mean, this week too. So there was a lot of elite gymnastics going on. I got to catch up. But I have been paying. Y'all seen the
Sure.
Winter Cup video? I I'm so excited for the Winter Cup. I'm so excited to see Gabrielle Douglas compete. I'm so excited to see Sunisa Lee compete. I'm so excited for all of this stuff. Um, Tiki, let's start with you. What are you most excited from this elite season? Like,
I'm excited about Gabby's comeback. That's it, and that's all. No, no. I'm super excited to see Gabby come back. I am also excited for Suni's return because I know what she's been through, and
oh yeah, Sunny went to Arbor. Oh my,
yeah, and I
bad.
remember the people don't even understand how stressed out she was. You know, when she got
Wait,
sick, and
what?
people when she was saying that she
Doing the
had a
all
kidney.
around?
No,
No, I think
I
she's
said
doing
I forgot Sunny went to Arbor. Having Tiki up here, like it never hit me
Auburn.
that Sunny went to Auburn with Derek. Like I forget stuff sometimes, and like I forgot this all happened. Like
yeah,
How could you
and
forget that?
I don't know. I don't know.
right, because they was Pippen and Jordan. What you talking about?
I know. I know. I know. I know.
But I'm excited for her because I've seen that journey. I've seen what she went through. I've seen her get healthy again and then get sick again. Um, so I'm excited for Suni. I'm proud of Suni. And I remember the last conversation that I had with her um, at the banquet. She was so stressed out about, this whole elite thing and this whole Olympic comeback. And the one thing I said to her was, um, if you're gonna do it for you, for no other reason. I said, because Suni, one thing that you have to remember, if your body can't handle it, don't push it. I said, because at the end of the day, you're already an Olympic champion. Nobody can ever take that away from you.
I remember you saying this.
Yeah. So you're already that. So if your body is not ready and can't handle it, then don't push it. But I also know she's a people pleaser. And this is the one thing that I wanted her to do for her, for nobody else but Suni. So to watch her go out there and train and then know sometimes she was in the hospital again and couldn't train, but to see the level that she's at, not being able to train consistently, I'm excited for her and I'm very proud of her.
I am too, and I love Sinisuli too. But I'm going to be honest. I'm scared. I'm very scared because I feel like two of my favorite gymnasts of all times are competing for one Olympic spot. And I don't want to ever put it like that because Gabby is doing the all around where Suni is doing two events. So if it stay like that, then there is two spots for both of them because there's a third all arounder and then there's an event specialist that. But if Suni start doing the all around, then I'm going to be really scared.
Mhm,
And I'm not sure if that's going to happen.
mhm. I just think maybe, I don't know, because the last Olympics, Jade was smart. Jade just went and solidified her spot. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is what it is. I know I can get this, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make sure I'm going regardless. And then she was smart because then she worked her way back to all of those. She started training harder on the other events. So
Y'all talk about the racism of tearing Gabby down to empower Suni. I have been seeing that a lot, and it's disgusting. You can cheer for both of them. Like you don't have to
that's
pick
happening.
one of them. Mhm.
People are doing that. People are doing that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Wow.
Already, especially the Brazilian gymnastics fan, like they're up there clowning.
Wow.
People, I guess people. I mean, in this part of this conversation is realistic. I'm not gonna say it's stupid. Like literally, Suni just competed at the last Olympics. We haven't seen Gabby compete since 2016. So a lot of people feel like it's unrealistic for us to already be putting Gabby on the team over Suni. It's just that we've seen what Gabrielle can do, and Suni has a kidney issue where it could flare up at any moment in time. It just makes more sense at this point in time to even consider Gabby over Suni. And Suni and Gabby's doing more events than Suni's doing.
Mm.
But I want them both on the team because I love them both very much. And to me, there is no picking and choosing. We love them both over
Right.
here.
Right.
But I'm always going to be Team Black. But we love them both. But we love them both. We don't have to. We don't have to pick down. We don't have to tear down. We don't have to tear down Scott Blakely either. Now, speaking of Winter Cup, the only how do we feel about Trinity Thomas? Because that's another queen that I'm kind of. I don't. I just. I'm wrapping my brain around a bar routine for her. I just don't have one. Like,
Wait, what did you say?
how do we feel about Trinity coming to Winter Cup? Because we know Trinity plan on doing all 4 events.
Mm-hmm.
So Trinity has a great chance. I think if Kayla DeCello doesn't do the all around of winning, which will help her come back if she comes to this competition and wins.
Do you think Kayla would beat out Trinity?
DeCello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
think?
I think. Because I
Why?
just with
I think it would be
Trinity,
close.
if I'm just being honest, even when she was doing elite gymnastics way back in 2017, I think her last elite competition was 2019. She already didn't have the hardest start values in the world. So now with all the rule changes and stuff, I just don't know what events Trinity really helped USA Gymnastics. And then as an all-arounder, is Trinity a better all-arounder than Simone, Gabby, Shilese, Leanne, Kayla DeCello, Jordan
That's
House? Like,
that's that's where it gets interesting to me because I like the way your perspective, the way you're looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at it from people who have made the world's team last year, let's say, and obviously the stakes are going to be higher and the team is going to be more competitive this year for the Olympics. But I think Trinity is more than capable of taking those mid to mid high D scores, but very clean execution.
I just don't think she could make the team getting 13 fives on every event.
That's a 54 all around. That's not very competitive.
And I don't see Trinity getting 14s on any event.
I do. I do.
Where
She's a very
I
clean gymnast. She's a
She
very clean
is.
gymnast.
And she's powerful and apparently planning on giving some significant upgrades. So I don't think she's an event final medal contender on any event. But I think she could get a 14 on basically every event. Maybe beam I'd be most um unsure about, but the other 3, yeah, for sure.
she would have to have a Yuriko double vault, and we've never seen her do that vault before. I know we've seen her train that vault, but I've never seen her do a Yuriko double vault. I don't know if that's in Trinity's wheelhouse. I don't know where
She
we're going to get.
landed it on a hard surface in the video.
Okay,
So
so
wait, what was she doing in Elite? What was her vault in Elite?
A
the
one and a
Yuriko,
half.
Say that again.
A one
the
and a
one,
half Yurchenko.
Oh, okay.
The same thing she did in at Florida.
Okay. Okay.
Because under that code of points, the Yurchenko 1.5 was good enough.
So is there anybody else on the team that's only doing a 1.5?
All the girls that's going to the NCAA, like
Lexi Zeiss.
Zoe Miller, um, all the girls that's going to the NCAA.
Mm.
Now, one of the people I'm looking forward to see if Addison Feta Cheese is going to do this Chung Ball.
Listen, they better watch out for her.
I really like
Addison.
Addison. I really like Addison. I wish Addison. I know I keep saying this, and I know y'all don't like it when I say this, but I don't mind sending the girls to different countries to help their countries out. I wish Addison had dual citizenship and could make her run for that damn GB team. I think she does have GB citizenship, but man, she would help the team GB out so, and she would be a perfect fit to that team GB puzzle.
Why?
Mm.
Bars involved
But
and floor.
they have strong vaulters
They don't have nobody that can do a Chong.
anymore. Jessica was doing it.
Exactly.
But you think they need more than 3 double twists?
Yeah.
See, I
Especially
don't
with
think
no Gadarova
necessarily.
sisters. Especially with no Gadarova sisters. They are. Whew. Yeah.
I don't see it that way. I think 3 doubles would give them a really great shot for a bronze or a silver. Probably a bronze.
I don't think they even have. They
They have
have Alice.
Alice Kinsella on Dean, and they have Ruby Evans.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the rest of that team would be Georgia May Fitton and who else?
Wait, is this a team that you're interested in, Tiki? Or I don't want to bore you.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm,
let's move on. I'm so sorry. I'm so
no.
sorry.
I'm listening, but I got people scheduling hair appointments. I gotta let them know I won't be in town next week.
Okay.
Let's finish talking about Winter Cup and then we can talk about this when Tiki get off.
Do you
Now
have
I'm
a
curious.
favorite? Do you have a favorite international team besides the U.S.?
I like Great Britain.
Yeah, who
Okay.
you're rooting for?
I I'm one of those people that I root for everybody. It was the same thing when Darian was in when she was in college gymnastics. She competed for Auburn, but you would see me cheering for whatever girl I felt like cheering for. The parents would get mad at me because, like, why are you cheering for the other team? Because I like her or I like
That's so
them.
gross to me. You should be. It should be encouraged for everyone to cheer for
I want
everyone.
to see everybody do well.
Yes.
So yeah, no, I do have some girls that I really like, but I just feel like these girls work their butts off to get to where they are. So I want to see everybody be successful. So that's just me. I don't care what team
That
they
makes
on.
perfect
I just
sense.
want to see
Maybe
everybody win.
maybe a better question would be: is there a country where whose gymnastics in general they produce that you enjoy watching the most?
Mm.
Lisa, that's so raw. And Lanston, to answer your question, Tiki Goburne is the mother of Darian Goburne, the famous Auburn gymnast of the past who has retired from gymnastics and is becoming a WWE superstar right before our very eyes.
Yes, she really is. She is having the time of her life.
Mhm.
That's
She
so
really.
great. I'm so excited to keep watching her.
Yeah. She hasn't officially made her announcement yet, but she will soon.
Great.
Um, one event that I'm worried one of the event that I'm most looking forward to at this Winter Cup is Beam. I think Beam is going to be the most exciting event because we're going to get to see Suni on Beam. We get to see Gabby on Beam. We
Yep.
get to see Trinity on Beam. 9 times out of 10, we're going to see Sky on Beam. Um,
Although she said she's holding her upgrades for later in the season.
I don't blame her. So we don't get to see the bars. You know, we all thought we was going to see them, the girls, swing it out on bars, but we get to see them balance beam it out. How do we think Beam is going to play out after this competition? Because that's an important piece because we're going to need another beam worker behind Simone. Yeah, and it seemed like Suni's trying to come for Simone for this beam gold medal too.
Cause then she do a double pike recently dismount.
I
Yeah.
think Suni is pushing a 7.0 start value on beam.
Hmm. Do we know what Gabby's dismount
But
is on beam?
no.
She always did a double pike, so I'm assuming that's what it's going to be again. I, I don't know what Gabby's going to do for nothing, so that's all going to be a surprise.
Right. I think Gabby gonna come out come out the gate and surprise everybody.
Because I
I
think
told
Gabby
Makayla I'm expecting a full twisting double pike off beam
from who?
from Miss Gabrielle.
Girl, if you don't go somewhere, you know, I want to see my baby. The only person in the world I want to see train a full twist and double pike off of being is Simone Biles. If your name isn't Simone Biles and you want to do a full end, it better be in tuck and it better be make sense. Hey, maybe Gabby will. I wish more girls would do Arabian double fronts off of being.
Or what about a piked Patterson?
That would be an upgrade that I would love for Gabby. I don't think it's possible for her, but that would be an upgrade that I would love.
So why don't you think it's
Me too.
possible?
No one's ever done it. Doesn't mean it's not possible.
I never even seen Gabby do an Arabian double front off of being like the hardest dismount I ever seen her do was a double pike. So, I mean, hey,
We've never seen her do a pike double Arabian on floor either.
no, I never seen her try double layout on floor either. And apparently, this is what we're gonna get, and I'm scared.
Well, we saw the video.
That's why I'm scared.
Wait, Kayla, your face when you said you look concerned, boo. You look concerned.
Oh, I'm scared for this floor. Like out of everything that Gabby has going on, I never expected to see her do floor at Winter Cup, and I'm just terrified. Like I just floor was always her event that if she had the right piece of music, it would go very well. But sometimes, and the way they're just playing in these girls' face with these artistry deductions nowadays, like I'm just scared. Like I'm not even gonna lie, I'm terrified.
Do you think maybe she's been showing us what she wants us to see and not, what she can really do?
Absolutely, I think she's just doing it.
Definitely their
Like,
strategy.
yeah, I think that's why I don't think we're gonna see her do bars. I think if Suni didn't do bars, if Suni didn't do Go Winter Cup, I think Gabby was gonna do the all around. But because Suni is here and she knows that Suni is her probably Suni and Charlize are her two big bar compet and Zoe Miller, she got to fight all these girls for that bar spot.
Right.
I think she's holding it down to see because apparently Suni is only going to do a 6.1 bar routine. She's just doing enough to do the skills she wants to get named after her.
Mm.
It's very interesting that Gabrielle has never competed at a Winter Cup before.
They never had one.
So I'm curious she's going to be doing at this early in the season. Obviously, she's competed at the American Cup and won that, but this is different.
They never had it before.
I know, but some of the girls got to compete last year is all I meant, so they had that experience.
I think they started it after COVID.
Yes, to replace the American Cup. Tiki D, when did Darion stop going to the national team training camps. Did she ever overlap with Gabby?
I don't think so because okay, so a little bit after
Darian
she,
is a little bit younger, right? She would be the next quad after Gabby, right?
yeah, yeah, and then
Well, I don't
like
know
the
how
very
young
first,
she started going to them. That's why I asked.
she was she was level 9, so I think she was like 12 when she went the first time, and um
That'd be 2011 or 2012.
2012 something like that. But when she came back, um she broke her toe, and then she went back, and then she that's when she started doing her elite qualifications, and she dislocated her elbow and broke a piece of bone off and had to do surgery and PT and all of that. And so right after that, I think after her first year level 10, it was just like as soon as it's over.
I know I'm going back. I don't think that even more these scores will have high enough.
Playing too much. Did you see the comment?
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm going back to read the comments now. He said, I
um
definitely think Gabby would break 14 on floor with clean execution. Gabrielle Douglas? I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just 14 is a very high score on floor, friend. Like, um, and then
somebody asked, how do we think the relationship between Gabby and Simone is going to be?
yeah, same way it's always been fake and phony, and they're gonna look at each other and smile and keep it moving. But that's what they're supposed to do.
I agree, Makayla. I agree. Keep it cute for the cameras, girls. Keep it cute for the cameras.
That's all you gotta do, girl. All you gotta do is look at her while she's there, girl, and then you just gotta
But
deal with her
but
feeling for it.
you know what bothers me about that? Because like that last time that they were on the same team, like that hurt my heart. Because why are we doing that? It's me and you. It's me and you. We need to be uplifting each. We need
That's
to
why
be,
I'm not reading the comments, because y'all down there being messy. That's why I'm not reading the comments.
but we should be rooting each other on. And I don't know I didn't like to see that, and I didn't know if that was just something that. Well, I do know that it was just something that in the beginning
Hey,
I thought maybe that was something that they wanted to happen, that people wanted to see the two black women against each other, instead of empowering each other. But that's what I would have loved to see. I just want to be able to see them all compete
hey,
well at
maybe
me.
we'll get it this year if it's an all black team. They have no choice but to love on each other. Everybody's black.
Mhm. But I just
Fingers
feel
crossed.
still going to be a whole bunch of just extra. I just feel
Oh, it
it.
is, because this is what is gonna happen. They're already doing it. They started doing it when damn Simone's husband. What do? They put Simone and Gabby up against each other. It's never look, it's Simone and Gabby. Look, the two famous gymnasts from America. No, is it Simone or is it Gabby? Who's the best? Who's the greatest? And it's just so.
Not that everybody is great in their own right and everybody brings something different to the table. But just always got to be there. They got to pit somebody against the other.
I mean, Sunni isn't black, so yeah. If I'm saying I want an all black team,
Wait a
Sunni's not
minute.
on.
Baby, y'all don't know Sunni. Sunni black as us, baby. I'm telling you from experience. Yes. Sunni
Uh,
is for real.
see, they try to put Reby versus Charlize, Reby
Yes, they
versus,
do.
and it's never Reby and Charlize. It's
Right.
always versus Charlize. It's never Gabby and Simone is always Gabby versus Simone. And because of that, and just past histories of people saying stuff and people husbands saying stuff in the past, it ain't gonna happen. Friendship between them two girls, it ain't gonna happen. But what we can do is support and love them both as
Right,
individuals and make sure they both get the love and support that they need from us
right,
as fans.
right.
And we don't have to expect them to be best friends.
Yep, I think
Simone can be best friends with Zoe. Gabby can be best friends with everybody else.
Jocelyn.
Period.
Seems like Gabby really likes her Woga teammates right now.
I don't think the younger girls have. Oh, but shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up. She really does seem to really enjoy her Woger teammates right now.
What was they?
Oh, um, um. I'm excited to see both Gabby and Sky Blakely in their Woger uniform together, and Kalia Lincoln. Um,
Me too.
any predictions? Anybody you hope wins stuff?
At Winter Cup?
Yes. I hope Sky does vault, and I hope she does her charm. I hope Addison does vault, and I hope Addison also does the charm.
Me too.
shake things up a little bit.
I hope Kalia Lincoln. I hope they let Kalia Lincoln do the all around, and I hope she served these kids. Like I hope she
She
does
said
the
she
best in
doesn't
that.
want to do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said she's not going to do the all around here.
Aw.
Hmm.
Have we heard about what Sky is going to do? Is Sky going to do the all around?
I think I heard that a while ago, so it could have changed. But she definitely said
Me too.
she's saving all her upgrades.
I heard her say that, but I don't think she needs to do her upgrades to win this Winter Cup. Because I think the only people that's going to do the all around is maybe her, Trinity, Kalia, not Kalia, Kayla DeCello, and maybe Lexi Vice. It's only going to be like four people who's going to do the all around. Everybody else is going to do pieces.
Makayla's forgetting about all the first year seniors. Not
I'm not
forgetting, you never
forgetting
knew their
about
names.
them. I just,
I
yay,
definitely
Simone
think there's going to be a
Rose.
first year senior in the top 5 all around. Let's make a bet.
At Winter Cup,
Yes.
I think it's between. I love Simone Rose and her junior friends, but they're gonna be somewhere like in 10th and 12th place, child. I mean, but that depends on how many
That's
people do
not
the all
who I
around.
meant necessarily, though.
Because if it's only like six people who do the all around, then she's gonna finish in sixth place.
I think
If
Hesley
Paisley,
Rivera has a
if
good
Paisley
shot.
is there, and if Paisley is there and Simone Rose is there, and if they're doing the all around, and if eight people are doing the all around, they're going to be in seventh and eighth place.
What about Tiana? I feel like they could beat Tiana.
I don't think she's coming. I mean, why wouldn't she? I don't think none of the Woger girls are going to be at Winter Cup though, because I think the only ones that was going to go was Zoe and
Dulcie
Jordan, and
Kaler
they
will
both
be
got
there.
hurt. Who?
Dulcie Kaler. She's has orange hair.
Oh, the one who did the lean back routine.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, if Tiana is going, I mean, she could possibly win it. I mean, I'm not gonna act like Tiana isn't a good gymnast. Tiana is just one of them girls I can't wait to see in at UCLA. Like, I wish she would just leave the elite gymnastics right now and just go to UCLA.
I want to throw out two more names just as dark horses. I could
Okay.
see Miley Lou and Alicia Zhou doing very well.
If there are
Miley Lou
10
we've
girls
talked
doing the
about for
all
sure.
around, if there are 10 girls
Hmm?
doing the all around, Miley Lou and Alicia Zoe would be ninth and 10th place.
I don't know how to laugh, to cry, to shout. Like, I disagree respectfully.
But it's not a lot of girls who like. That's one thing I want everybody to temper their excitement about. Like everybody's so excited about Winter Cup, but there's going to be a lot of falls. Like nobody's ready for this competition. Like I wish they would just go back to doing the American Cup and just sending one person in, then send the rest of the girls to just below like they used to do.
Ooh, that's a fun game. If they had the American Cup, which two girls would they send this year?
Sky and Leanne, or
Even
no,
though Leanne's already won.
Not shy?
it would be it because they would invite Shy, but Shy probably would turn it down because Shy doesn't like to compete early in the season.
Oh,
But
okay.
But it's the Olympic year, so probably Simone, actually.
don't they usually choose one veteran and one new, like one freshman?
It depends, because sometimes they just used to send their, like, in 2016, they sent Gabby and Maggie, and they both made the world team the year prior. In,
Right.
in 2020, before COVID, it was Morgan and, well, was there another American?
Kayla? Was Kayla there?
DeSello?
I'm not sure, honestly.
I think it was
I
Kayla
know
DeSello.
2019
No, it
it
was
was Leanne and
DeSello.
Grace.
Yeah, I remember that. And Leanne beat Gray.
2017 was Miley and Riley or Reagan? Miley O'Keefe, I think.
Miley O'Keefe and Reagan. Yeah. Johnny, we're not going to start this over here. We're not. Look, y'all bring that to Gymlandia's channel.
John,
Gymnastics is for everybody over here. We're not going to discuss if Kylie Ross is a black woman. I just refuse. I refuse to have that conversation over here. That's so exhausting.
but Makayla, I'm gonna have to go because DJ
I
has
know.
started his nightly concert, so the music is gonna get loud in here in a few minutes. But
Thank you so
still,
very much, my
woo,
love, for
you're
joining me
welcome.
tonight.
Let me know whenever you want me back.
Okay, okay. Thank
All
you.
right, guys, you're welcome.
Thank you
It was
so
nice
much for
meeting
coming
you,
on,
Oscar.
Tiki. It was
Okay,
lovely
talk to y'all later.
to meet you.
It was nice to meet you
Bye,
too.
take care.
Have a good night. Bye, you too.
Are we staying on Makayla?
Yes, we're staying on for a little bit longer.
Cool.
Okay,
That was
so
so
wait,
cool.
everybody
Tiki is so
talk.
nice.
I love Tiki. She's one of my good friends in gymnastics. I'm not gonna say she feeds me a lot of
That's so
gymnastics
good.
information, but she's really one of the reasons why I know a lot of the stuff that I know in gymnastics right now. Now, I gotta go back to what we was talking about with Team Canada because I've been stuck on this conversation for a while. Was it T? No, it was GB. It was GB. It was GB. With no Galarova twins, I think the team is Odine is their top all arounder, followed by Alice
No,
Kinsella.
no, no. There's no way Undine is their top all arounder. She's getting 12s on every event besides bars or vault. Sorry.
Odine is their top all around. Odine scores
Alice
13s
Kinsella
on
was
bar
fourth in the world. She was fourth in the all around final.
in 2022.
Disrespect. In 2022, and she was like 7th or 8th ahead of Ondine in 2023 again.
But Odine is just a better gymnast than she is.
Okay, I disagree. That's your opinion. Now you know mine.
And that disagreement sounded like it was in frustration. Like it was in
I know, I'm
frustration.
sorry. You don't deserve that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, but I think it. Okay, so I do think it's Odine and Alice. Whichever I think they're. I think between those two, they're their top all arounders. Though. Then you have Ruby Evans and Georgia May Fenton.
And
Who's
Becky
their
Downey,
fifth
who's
girl?
training all 4 events.
I'm not taking Becky Downey to the Olympics. Who's their fourth girl? Who's their fifth girl?
Amelie Morgan or Becky Downey?
Not Charlotte Booth.
Never.
Uh, Charlotte Booth, I love you, girl. I love you. But you went all the way to GB, girl, and had me hype, girl, and you went and finished in like 8th place, girl. Like, how am I supposed to justify
Girl,
you
the
making
GB just to get 12s.
girl? Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm thinking you finna go over there, you finna come at least get 13s. Like, girl. But you did fall, so maybe it was the falls. Maybe without the falls, you would have won. So I still have
Oh,
hope for
just
you,
like
Charlotte.
Becky Downey? You mean like Becky Downey would have won without a fall?
I don't have hope in Becky Downey, though, friend. I don't have hope for Becky Downey. I have hope for Charlotte Booth. And I know, but Charlotte Booth has never had an opportunity to disappoint me internationally. Becky
Right, she
Downey.
just, I think she qualified to her first international competition through the one she just did, which was Welsh, and now she's going to do like all of the UK or whatever.
I mean, again, Charlotte, I'm not, without the Gadarova sisters, I mean, it's not an easy team to make either. Like, maybe if you was Canadian, you would have an easy path to the Olympic Games, but
Definitely.
GB,
It'd be a lot easier.
GB is not an easy team to make. But
Gymlandia, Becky fell, well, she attempted a higher D score, but I think they didn't credit her Derwell Fenton, the half turn. That's why it was a 5-7. And she fell on her
yeah.
Shaposh to Hindorf. That's a very hard combination. And not a lot of girls do that.
Oh, Charlotte's going to Arbor? Oh, yay, Charlotte. Yay, Arbor and Gymnastics. That's a good recruit for you guys.
You know who else they got? Caitlin Jong, Kiko Jong.
Really? Wow. Okay, Arbor. Okay, y'all try. Y'all try. Y'all just try.
And they'll have a healthy Greaves, fingers crossed.
Hasn't Olivia been? I think Olivia. Damn, I should have asked Tiki when she was here. Has Olivia been? Olivia did do some bar routines this year, right?
I saw at least one
What?
that she did and was successful.
Nisha. Now,
These
how y'all being
LSU
so bestie?
stands.
How y'all being so bestie in the comment section today of all days? We had a very nice little special guest on the show. We're trying to get some more interviews coming on to the show. Y'all can't be so damn bestie when these people come up here, you guys. You guys got to act like y'all got some shit when we got company over. Oh, she's done 2 or 3 bar routines. So, okay, that's good for Olivia. I mean, let me tell you something. I don't even know why I was such a big Olivia Green stan in when she was an elite gymnast, but I was. I still love Olivia to this day. I'm so
I was
happy that
very
she's back.
disappointed that she never hit her potential.
But that's a lot of the damn juniors that qual. Like they all just
No, you're so right.
you did, Misha. You did. You was being very good, and I'm very proud of you. I was very proud of you, girl. Uh,
Wait, let's talk about elite. Did you see any routines or
oh,
scores?
I saw Ava Stewart's floor routine. I really like. She's a really beautiful dancer. I saw Anna had a. I'm never gonna be able to pronounce her name. Fall on bars.
Paduraru.
Had a Ryu.
Exactly.
I seen her fall on bars. Um, they have some other young lady. Her name is something black, and she's actually black. She's really good. I wonder if she has a shot at making the team come to this team.
Is her name Gabrielle? Or are you talking about Azarea?
Now you're making me lie. I know her last name is Black. That's all I know.
It's Gabrielle
And
Black. Gabrielle Black. I think
I think so.
she either won the Canadian Junior Nationals last year or she won
Yeah,
this meet for the
that's her.
juniors last year.
I something like that. Yeah.
The other girl who I was talking about, Azarea Ra Akbar, she got injured on her floor routine, so she had a very disappointing competition, and she used to represent the U.S. I think in junior competition, like
Hmm. Shannon Austin had a pretty decent Yurchenko double twist.
I wish they could clean her form up because those bent knees were glaring and the flexed feet. And she
I
also
mean, she was
did.
the only girl doing a Yurchenko double in the NCAA, getting a 9.7. So
I thought you were gonna say she's also the only Canadian girl with a DTY.
no, I was gonna say she's the only girl that I ever seen go to the NCAA doing a Yurchenko double, still scoring a 9.7.
Damn, I missed that.
All 4 years at Alabama. Well, especially them last 2 years when them knees was kind of.
It was it was offending me because it's something she
Johnny,
can
I wouldn't be
address.
surprised, bitch. Johnny, I wouldn't be surprised. Johnny, why is you so messy today, girl? Ah, ooh. And
She also
hell,
did
I
a.
don't know how Scarlett Olsen was around here doing a damn chung because, bitch, she doesn't even do a half turn onto the horse, like I mean onto the table, like at all.
Right. She does the same thing that who does it like that also?
Jade Carey.
I was trying to think of a better example, but she's the first one who came to my mind. So
Yeah, Ellie Black isn't the best form girl. She's not.
but she makes up for it with dynamic.
Yeah.
someone else I was paying attention to. I didn't see their routines, but I think Aurelie Tran did fairly well on the events she did here, and maybe I want to say I'm kind of just throwing out names, but I'm pretty sure this is who I'm talking about. Cassie Lee and Rose Wu. I think they did well.
Rose Wu did good, yes.
It looked like Elizabeth Black skipped this competition, right?
I'm so sorry. What did you say, Oscar?
I just said it looked like Elizabeth Black skipped this competition, right?
Yeah, she didn't compete here.
And she's still Canada's top gymnast in your eyes?
100%.
Oh, here's a question. This is
I don't get how.
I don't get how Ellie trains hard in a fitness gym, but always gets injured in gymnastics. I mean,
Ellie does
just
these weird twisting passes that, you know, sometimes you can twist into the floor, girl. Like, it just happens. Like,
yeah, I don't know how preventable injuries are on a level. Do you think it's more likely that Brooklyn Moores returns to elite for competing for Canada or the Philippines?
I think she's already said she's going to the Philippines.
I didn't see anything about that. I just saw people noticing that she had the Philippine flag in her bio.
I didn't know she was Filipino, so I'm.
Imagine they had Emma, Aaliyah, Levi, Brooklyn, and Victoria.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you
Gabby
don't have.
Perea alternate.
Yeah, if you don't have Aaliyah, you might as well bring in damn Sarah as and be like, Sarah, learn some skills, girl. Come over here, help the team out, girl.
Do you think Aaliyah has eclipsed Sarah's elite career?
No.
No. Is it true that that the second Italian Series A is happening this week as well?
I I haven't been paying no attention, so it's possible. I know they compete a lot.
That's what I saw. I saw someone saying Copus and Series A was this week.
I'm more excited for Kava because I'm really Emma, girl. You better sit up here and let Christian girl.
Johnny, it's not just from the USA. They snatched them from the Soviet Union too.
Hell, they snatched them. Look at Valeri. Like, you gotta understand what people are actually accused of aren't actually the things that they actually get charged and convicted of. And the things that they get charged and convicted of isn't enough to get them banned for the sport.
Is there anything covering your mic? Is there something covering your mic?
Oh, is that better?
A little bit, yeah. Thank you.
It was my fan. It was blowing directly onto the microphone. Sorry. In Florida, we got this hot, cold shit going on right now before spring starts. So. Um,
Did you
Cubs,
get?
where
Sorry, let's talk
are
about
we looking
Cubs.
for? Because some of the USA men are going over there. Coy is going over there. Asher is going over there. Somebody else is. I think Colton is going over there. Um,
Colton
none of the yes,
or
none of the
Colt?
USA.
Colt, yeah,
I think it's Colt or Colton. I'm so sorry, Colt.
Colt.
None of
Okay.
the USA women are over there yet. I mean, if you don't count the ones that are competing for the Philippines. Um, I tell you one thing, Levi, you got to win now, girl. You better step your shit up, girl. Because you got some points,
How many points does she have?
like 9.
You can't win with 9 points. I mean, you can, but the odds are not in your favor.
But that's a good experience for the first competition because you only have to count 3 competitions, so she could drop that, and she has to come in like first and second place in these other 3 competitions.
Exactly. I'm saying the odds are not in her favor because she hit her routine at Cairo, right?
I don't think so. I think she had. I think she fell.
She
I'm pretty
stuck her
sure something.
dismount on bars.
Yeah, I know that. I know the routine she posted. She edited out all her mistakes, but it was pretty not good. Like, and for
The
Levi,
toe
I was
point,
so excited for
the
Levi
toe
because she
point.
literally was like at U.S. Nationals last year. Like, so it's not that much of a. There should be no drop off at all for her. Whereas like Emma and Aaliyah, they have to create new routines to be competitive.
I
But
see
see,
what
Jim
she's
Lanier, that's what I was
saying.
saying with Emma. Like, I didn't understand why would she go to these World Cups, but then it hit me. Floor. All the big tumblers in the world are on teams that already made it to the Olympics. She really has a shot to make it to the Olympics just from floor.
Makayla, did Nina do floor at Cairo?
I don't think she made it to finals.
But you think she qualified?
I think she did floor. I don't think she made it to finals.
I haven't watched that routine, but I'd be curious about that because I feel
I,
like Nina
I
could
haven't
get a
seen no
13
videos
on
of it
floor.
either.
Sorry?
I said I haven't seen no videos of it either.
Don't you think Nina could get a 13 on floor? Okay.
With the artistry bonus points that she gets, yeah. Because they give her lots of points for her artistry. But yeah.
I wouldn't call it bonus points. I would say that she avoids the deductions.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay. And she has strong dance elements.
But hell, she doesn't need to do floor. Because if she wins beam, if she qualifies through to the Olympics and them points belongs to her, and
You know what? I haven't watched that routine, but I'm guessing you have. Want to talk about it? Because I think she won by half a point.
it was pretty good. I can't lie. I can't lie. Nina Durrell was like, bitch, I'm not no damn uneven bar specialist, girl. I can get it done on 2 other events. Maybe not ball, but on floor,
Any upgrades or downgrades?
I think she was doing the exact same routine she's been doing this whole quad, just hitting it.
I think someone said she added a switch ring.
I don't remember.
It might have been floor.
Now,
What do you think about this? Oh, sorry.
yeah, Nina was top 6 in the all around in Rio. Like me and Nia, I think she was 4th in the all around at the Worlds before that.
She was top 6 in Tokyo, not Rio.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did I say Rio?
I think she
Tokyo.
was 4th all around in like 2019 or 18.
Yeah. So, I mean, And all she has to do is qualify through one event, and then she could do all 4 events in qualification. So, Mama have a strategy, and it's working.
We love a gymnast with a good strategy.
We love a strategic coach in this over here, because so many of y'all aren't. Um,
What do you think about
Makayla Skinner.
this?
Makayla Skinner. Makayla Skinner. I know you didn't think I was going to jump off this thing and not talk about your ass for a brief second. That was one of the most delusional interviews I've ever seen a gymnast have. Like, and Sean Johnson have a lot of delusional ass interviews. A lot of delusional ass interviews come from Sean Johnson. But there's just no okay. Maybe you felt like you won the Nastia Cup in 2011. Maybe that's how you felt. But have you seen your bar routine from that year, girl? I was focused on your ball. I was focused on your ball.
You
Have
are
you
so
seen?
right. She was lying. It was not giving the Amanar.
You act like your Arminar was like something spectacular, girl. Like, and the thing that pissed me off the most is you do these half truth things to these. You won't come up. I've invited you over here. I told you I would not go ham on you. I told you I would not go ham on you if you came on this show. I would just have a conversation with you because I thoroughly believe a lot of your issue is just that you're misinformed about a lot of this shit that's happened in your gymnastics career. I will be happily to inform you what actually happened. The issue is yes, you did an Arminar, but you did it under the 10.0 code of points. And your Arminar was kind of, for elite, they could use it. But for a 10.0, the 9.4 you got was appropriate. Like, you had a 4/10 step, bent arms, sloppy in the air. The 9.4 you got was appropriate, girl.
What do you think? Is there any world in which you would believe? I'm not saying it's coming from Makayla Skinner's mouth, but just the idea that Marta told the judges score that Amanar low. No.
I think what happened, she was very upset that she did not win.
For
So
all we know, her coaches told her you deserve to win.
I think her coaches absolutely told her everything that she sat there and said. I think her coaches told her that shit to pacify her to make her stop crying. I don't think that shit actually happened.
What would you say to Makayla if she was like, "Oh, I want to come"? You were like, "Oh, come on the show. I promise I won't give it to you hard." And she's like, "But I don't believe you because you've given it to me so hard in the past."
I would record it and let her. I would record it and let me edit stuff out. But like, if it got too bad, then I just wouldn't do it.
That's a good idea.
I would tell her off rip though, I'm not gonna let you lie to me. Not me. Like, you went over there to that damn lady podcast and lied to that girl in her face about so much shit, girl.
I
And that
did
lady
not
just did
care
not
for
know
that
shit about
interviewer, and I'm happy to say
it.
why.
But I felt like, for me, like, I don't know why Oscar doesn't like her, but from my point of view, she didn't know nothing about gymnastics, so she didn't even have a reference point to counter check or whatever all the shit that Makayla Skinner was saying.
She was enabling the delusion.
She was until she got to Gabrielle Douglas, and then she was like, "Oh, yeah, that was kind of bad, Makayla."
She was still giving her a lot of grace.
Oh, a lot of grace. But that's why Makayla went to her podcast, because she knew that that girl did not know shit about gymnastics and did not have an opinion one way or another. But it's just so much of this, like, I really sat up here and thought about it. Like, I cannot think of one competition that Makayla Skinner was at that she was robbed of anything. She just got beat a lot. That's okay. Amanda Borton don't sit around here and say she was robbed the title. She just acknowledged that Shannon and Dominique were better than her, and she just always came in third or fourth place.
Let's get into both sides of the 2014 floor final at Worlds.
Okay.
I want you to spell out what you think Makayla thinks and what you think.
Makayla definitely thinks she should have came in third place. Hell,
Because
Makayla Skinner probably thought she was going to win that competition in all honesty, or coming second to Simone. In all honesty, like we up here thinking she probably thought she was going to come in like second or third place.
I wonder if she thinks she
Now,
should have been
can
in
I
the all around.
say in 2014? Where in 2014 did you I do? I hope she better not
You hope she doesn't what?
think she deserves to do the all around at Worlds in 2014.
Oh, you did hear me.
Oh, I heard you. I was just confused and like you withered for a second. Like, I hope she better not.
Maybe
Now,
she
I
meant
will say this.
being an alternate.
Hmm?
Maybe she meant being an alternate in 2015, 2019.
Yeah, I know because she was an alternate in 2015, but she was hurt in 2015. Plus, Ali and Gabby had came back, and Ali had took her second spot as that floor vault girl.
And she flopped.
She flopped, but Maggie Nichols was able to sit up there and take those medals. Like, I don't know what Makayla Skinner wants. Like, Makayla Skinner have this delusion in her mind. Like, it's just so many other girls that were so much better than her. Like,
I think part of it is exactly what you said, what you've said before, that she felt like she deserved the win because she was doing the hardest skills, in the hardest tumbles, let's say.
yeah, but that's where the delusion of her gym and her coaches are comes from because they should teach her like, yeah, you may be doing a double double laid out, but it's not very laid out. It's kind of tucked around deductions. Um,
You know what Makayla Skinner would have won? This Cairo World Cup.
doing what?
She would have won bottom floor. Maybe she would have medaled bars and beam.
We're not gonna feed into that lady's delusion over here.
The main reason I didn't care for the way the interviewer conducted the interview, or one of my biggest gripes, I should say, is that she didn't leave, and this is something I kind of asked Tiki about. She didn't leave any room for Makayla to share her experience in a way that wasn't skewed or affected by it. Like the way that she asked her questions didn't leave equal room for yes or no. She was asking her things with the given or built in assumption, for example, that she had not been abused. And hey, it might be because before they got on the air, started recording, they talked about it. Makayla wanted to disclose that information, or she had asked her. I don't know. That's speculation. But I think it was irresponsible to show the information in the way that they did without giving Makayla that room to share her story the way she wants to, and not from like a yes, that is true, or like having to say actually the case is not what you think it is.
So you're saying like you feel like the interviewer was kind of like feeding her the answers before she was even. asking the questions, like the way she was asking her the questions was already leading her down a path of what she already wanted.
100%. I think one of the first things she said when talking about the abuse was like, "Oh my god, and you like you were in that room with that guy. Like, isn't that so crazy? Like, that might not be the extent of it for all you know. Like, it could be so much more than that. So like to make a joke about that seems really insensitive, and also to assume makes it a lot harder for her to talk about something that already would be hard for anyone to talk about. It wasn't very
Understand.
professional, in my opinion.
But another thing I will give Makayla Skinner some grace on, because I do think she did do some things well. One of the things I did appreciate is her ability to talk about her experiences with Larry Nassar and to basically be like, no, I was never abused by Larry, but he has done things that made me feel uncomfortable. And to be able to articulate the differences between what she saw as abuse versus what she saw as something that made her feel uncomfortable. And I think that's something I really did like about that interview. That's something that I
Me
didn't feel
too.
like that was capped. And that's one of the reasons that I feel like the age limit in gymnastics should be over 18 for that very reason, because the older people are going to be able to articulate in a sensible way what exactly happened to them, where there's no miscommunication, there's no misunderstanding. It's very clear, like, this is what happened to me.
I agree. But for me to clarify, that isn't going to be the case 100% of the time, but the majority, I would agree.
It's going to be
And
the
that's a
case more than
significant difference.
it's going to be the case more with a 18 plus year old than with a 14-year-old.
I just didn't want it. I don't want it to sound like the 18-year-olds are to blame if they didn't catch something.
No. What I'm saying is, when they want to tell their stories, a 18-year-old can articulate what did and did not happen to them better than a 14-year-old. 14-year-old is going to be more. It's like if a 14-year-old was trying to tell the story that Makayla Skinner was telling, they might use the words like, he molested me, when that's not necessarily what happened. What happened was exactly what Makayla Skinner said was, while he was doing your back, he had his arm on your butt cheek, which was made you uncomfortable, but that's not what you think it is.
Some people would argue, though, that that is molesting someone. I'm not sure where I fall on that, but I just want to add that.
I would consider that more groping, and that's not
What's the point of making a differentiation
okay.
between the two?
Yeah,
Is there a point?
it's not something I feel like talking about
Okay, that's totally cool.
because we're splitting hairs, but legally, okay. Fuck,
Oh,
I'm
in the
just saying
eyes of the law, they might be different for sure.
it is different in terms of the law, very different. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I didn't
when you
understand. Sorry.
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, legally, some people sit up there and say it's this because they're 14 and they feel violated. So to them, it feels like it's this, but it's not this. It's that, and that's what you should be actually going after. Not this. You're going after this, and this is what you're going after is too big of a, not too big, not too serious. You're going after the Hail Mary because this is the Hail Mary word that you've been taught, but that's not what actually happened to you. What happened to you was this, and this is what you should go after. And I think that
What's the reason though that she should or anyone should be careful, in your opinion, of conflating those two or using them interchangeably. Like, so what if the law says they're different? Like, why should I care? Why should you care? We're like in this interview's context.
Without being too graphic, when somebody says the word molestation, in my mind and legally, that involves some kind of penetration act, right? And if
Oh,
no
okay.
penetration act happened, you can't use the word molestation when you go to the police and tell them what happened to you. So then when they do their investigation and you're saying that you was that, and then they go and look up legally, you were not that, you were this, then your case goes under the boat. They stop believing you. The people walk free. And as an 18-year-old, you understand the difference between this and that. You understand both are still wrong, but you
So,
understand that one thing is this, one thing is battery, one thing is assault, one thing is molestation, one thing is groping, right? You understand that one thing is sexual harassment versus sexual molestation. You understand where you're going at.
that's very interesting. I want to share my personal view. I
Okay.
am older than 18, and I personally would have thought that you can be molested without being penetrated. So that's interesting to hear. I'm also not so familiar with the law.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be molestation. I think molestation actually has to be penetration.
Interesting.
Just like people, a lot of people say they were R word when
Oh, let me let you finish. Sorry.
R word. Okay, and then when I'm saying molestation, I'm saying penetrations. I'm not talking about with your genitalia. I'm talking about with your hands, right? So molestation is actually
Ooh,
putting your hands inside of somebody, and legally, that's my understanding. Whereas everything
so
else,
interesting.
huh?
I just said that's so interesting again because again we have different ideas about the R word. We're just not
Whereas,
saying that word because of YouTube, right?
correct, correct.
Okay.
Whereas the R word is when you put your body part, private body part, inside of somebody else's private body parts against their will. And there is a clear, distinct difference in the law between each one of these acts, right? So when you go
We should
and
just
you
look
try
it up.
to go to the court and say that you were something, and that's not exactly because when you try to press charges or something, that is why sexual assault cases are so hard. Because when you try to press charges against somebody, you have to use the exact words that fits what happened to you. And if you don't, then people can get off on technicalities, which they do all of the time.
So what's up with people saying that they got R worded if it was I've heard people say it was R word or molestation or sexual assault, all three for someone forcing their genitalia into your mouth, not your private parts.
I think that's our word too.
Me too.
I think that would be considered in the law our word too.
All right.
Because it's somebody's private body part still going into somebody's private body part against their will.
Sorry, should I have said like trigger warning? I'm just that now.
I'm gonna have to put a trigger warning on this after all. YouTube definitely should have snatched this video. I'm so sorry. Let's move on. Let's move on. I don't
I'm
even know
ready
how
to
we
move
got
on.
here. Um, all I was saying is, this is one of the reasons why I feel like an 18-year-old is the perfect age limit for gymnastics because of it's just too much adult children interaction in gymnastics that has gone so horribly, horribly wrong that I just don't trust it anymore.
You're talking about 18 to be the age to turn senior elite?
Correct.
What would I don't understand the what I'm so ready to move on, but I still don't understand what would change with because there would still be junior elites who are 16 and 17. Wouldn't they be in the same situations, potentially facing the same issues?
In my mind, at least, damn, Oscar, I never thought about that.
Oh.
I don't care about the juniors, so I don't think about what happened to them in their junior
Don't
career.
say
But
that. We care about the juniors. We just don't know all their names.
so yeah, I don't know. I don't know the solution to this, but I do think 18 for the senior elite is right. Yeah, maybe 18 should be it to turn anything competitive. I don't know.
At least you're offering up ideas instead of just shooting down ideas.
Um,
Did you read Gymlandia's comments? They really want you to read their comments.
oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought they thought I was the racist person. Use monkey emojis describing Gabby like please. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, maybe he's talking about Maggie. Did Maggie ever
Maggie?
use a monkey emoji to talk about? I have to look up that one.
I've never heard of that. That would be awful. That's still penetration, though. You're so right. I really need to just do some research on that before I talk out of my ass.
no, but I'm just saying, as somebody who has went through it, you have to use the exact language in your documentations, or else they're not going to take you seriously when you try to press charges against the people.
That makes sense. So maybe a safe route is just to avoid using all of those general terms and say exactly what happened to you.
Hell, a safe route would be making sure these little girls aren't in the predicaments that this could even happen to them.
Of course, I just meant if you are unfortunately in that situation.
If you are unfortunately in that situation and you know you want to press charges against your attacker, my suggestion to you is look up the terms before you. And I know that's not going to be in your forethought at that moment in time, but it's going to help your case in the long run.
That sounds like good advice. Or if you're able to access help from a lawyer with that, that would be even better. Can I switch the topic?
I'm so sorry. What happened?
I asked if you're ready to switch the topic because I have a question.
Yes.
What do you think about this clear hip laid out Tikisha?
Oh my gosh. Oh.
In the
Team
same
China.
routine with the Healy to laid out Jaeger.
Oh, China ain't playing. China is not playing. Ooh, I'm so happy. I just hope they don't. I just hope because I've seen this fairy tale before from China where they were starting off the beginning of the year doing these hard ass routines, but slowly over surely these routines started to water back.
What year are you thinking about?
2016.
What were they doing in 2016? I was thinking about at the beginning of, was it in 2021 or 2020 when the Olympics were supposed to take place? They had
2020.
like TT and Oyu Shan both doing syllabusses on floor. She had like a chung on vault, stuff like that.
Oh, he was talking about Skinner. Oh yeah. I mean, Makayla Skinner does so much Just
Sorry, I don't understand that comment.
I
It was
think he
like,
was going back to the racist things, talking about the monkey emoji using to talk about Gabby.
oh, okay.
But
What were
see,
they
but
doing in Rio or in 2016?
oh, see,
What?
even I didn't know about that because if I knew about that, it would be no holds barred for Makayla Skinner. Skinner called Gabby a monkey, and she wanted to look crazy when we called her a racist. Hell, I was calling her a racist just for the other shit she was doing. When I find that, oh, I'm making a video calling Makayla Skinner the KKK. I'm trying to think of what else happened gymnastically. So, for those who, I did a video explaining the Cobb's Cup. It's up, but what happens is for those, if you win and your team is already part of a team that made it to the Olympics, like if you win, like you're a Chinese girl, an American girl, a Canadian girl, a GB girl, an Italian girl. You can still go to these World Cups. You can still qualify to make these World Cup events because I think they win prize money or something. But you don't get the points awarded for the results. It goes to the next highest finisher without a qualifying team. That's why Emma got the 30 points, even though she came in second place, because whatever girl who won was either already qualified through to the Olympics or was a part of the team who qualified through to the Olympics. If that made sense, children, it made sense to me.
Me too. What do you think about Ondine doing a half turning split ring jump sideways on the beam?
It just,
I'm trying to think
it's a
of a
hard jump.
skill that has offended me that much before.
It's a hard leap. I just don't. Wouldn't if she just did the ring position regularly? Wouldn't it be worth the same? Like I just don't understand it.
Well, I don't got credited for it. So if she did just a split ring jump sideways, would that be an E? That's your question. I
Mhm.
think oh my gosh, she's making such a good point because the split ring normally D, but the split, the half turn from sideways is a D as well. Yeah, I think self-contradiction in the code.
And if she doesn't get it credited, what does she get? Where did they water it down to
I
a
think she got a
D?
D. It was definitely a D because someone did the D score calculations, but it just wasn't clear if they had downgraded it to a half turning split jump or like a split ring with no half turn.
I haven't been so offended by it still since the girls was trying to do the damn switch half to ring. That was just so bad.
Wait, that does not bother me nearly as much as. Oh, you mean a switch ring half afterwards?
Yeah.
Because I don't mind girls
Not
do.
like
I think
what
Livy Dunn
Nico is
doesn't Livy Dunn do
not
a
like what Nico and the girls are doing. What I'm talking about is like
What Galia
You know how
does.
they do the switch on beam, but like doing that to ring.
Okay, no. Now I'm more confused than ever. There's Olivia Dunn who does a switch half to a ring. There's Angelina Melnikova who does a swing half turn.
It's the Olivia Dunn version that I'm offended by.
Oh my god, it's so the opposite for me. Another one, I think the most offensive would be the Ferrari on floor.
Oh, I hate the Ferrari so much. It's just never in any kind of ring position that anybody's ever done it. Like not even
Ever.
close. Yeah, I think you know who does it the worst. That is them. Lauren Mitchell at one point in time. I think she tried to come back in 2016. I think she did make it to 2016. Lauren Mitchell from Australia, and she was doing something like a what's that jump that like Simone does like at the end of her routine? Not her Gojion, but her other one.
She does a switch fall.
But Lauren Mitchell was trying to do that to ring position, and that was the
Wow.
most offensive ring. Yeah, it sounds like wow on paper, but actually seeing it done, it's like, girl, no.
I've never seen that.
That was the most egregious use of a ring that I've ever seen.
Have you ever thought about someone doing maybe just it's choreography, but imagine they're on the beam, they get into a split on the beam, and then instead
Oh,
of
that same
doing like
account that called monkeys edited took that same edited out picture of Gabby and replaced it with the monkey emoji. Oh wow, that's whole racist. Racist as hell. Like there's no other words for it. Like y'all can keep defending y'all friends if y'all wanted to, but y'all friends keep proving how racist they really are.
yeah, and that interviewer was never gonna hold her any type of accountable for that.
For nothing. For nothing.
Wait,
Because
when
the
I'm
okay,
oh
again,
sorry.
like I said in my video, the one Makayla Skinner, you probably had the best competition in your life at that American trials in America Olympic trials in 2016. You really did have a great competition. But just like Jimlandia said, what happened to nationals in 2016? See, you skipping over that whole competition where you fell like 5 times.
Well, what if she says, can I just play devil's advocate or is that just too annoying?
Play it.
Okay. What if she said, well, Olympic trials are closer to the Olympics, so they matter more? I'm peaking when I'm
But
supposed to
you
peak.
still, but the events that they needed you to score well on, you still didn't. Like you would have to be Ali Raceman vault, and you didn't. Like, and then part two is when have we ever in USA Gymnastics went 1 through 5 picking teams? We've always let the top girl get an automatic spot. We've always let the top two girls get automatic spots, but we've always picked a team.
That
I don't understand why you keep
was such a
this
good
line.
point that you made. You said since 1999.
That was the very last time they went 1 through 6. And then Bella Crowley came in and said, no, ma'am, never again.
Hey, just because I'm such a villain, I'm joking, by the way, for those who can't tell. One more devil's advocate question. Can I throw it at you? Just because
Sure.
I'm reminded of it from now that we're talking about your video. What if she said, Skinner said, I don't want to, it sounds like I'm defending Skinner, but just if you care about my intention, know that I'm not defending Skinner. Okay? So what if she said, oh, of course I don't have smoke for Madison because Madison was a specialist. Marta just made her do all the events. Gabby was the all-arounder.
And that's what Makayla Skinner wanted to them to go 1 through 5. But that was Tom Forster's strategy. That might be Alicia and Chelsea's strategy. But that was not the Caroli strategy. And like that's the lie. And to answer that question is Makayla, the fuck was a specialist. The hell? You think you were gonna compete bars at the Olympic Games, girl? So you should have been. Your strategy was to compete with the damn specialist, bitch. Then maybe you would have had a shot. And then even that with specialists, Madison Koshin was the reigning Olympic champion. I mean, reigning world champion on uneven bars. What was you? The bronze medalist 2 years ago, girl. Like
I'm so glad you spelled it out like that. Thank you.
it just makes no sense what Makayla Skinner is saying. Like I mean, it's not like I'm okay. I'm not gonna ever say she had no shot to make the 2016 Olympic team. Clearly, she had a great shot at making it. She was the damn alternate. Her issue is her coaches lying to her.
She was only the alternate because Marta felt bad that she took away the Nasty Lupin Cup title.
I just don't even understand how that. I know I completely understand how that lie happened. She was upset. She was mad. She was crying, and her coaches just told her something to shut her the hell up. Like you had the greatest competition of your life at the Olympic trials. Your vault still was not beating Ali Raceman, girl. It was between you and Ali. Like that's it. It was between you and Ali, and it was. I already feel like Gabby beat Ali in the damn qualifications. So what you was gonna do, girl? Sit up there and be in like 12th place after qualifying, girl. Like the only event that you had a chance of making it was to vault. That was it. And they chose between their vault specialist or their uneven bar specialist. And they chose to gather their silver medal on uneven bars, girl. That's it.
What medal do you think Skinner could have gotten on vault at Rio? Sorry. Do you think she could have gotten a vault medal?
Yes. Yes. Bronze.
Really?
Mhm.
You think she's beating Julia?
Yeah.
Ugh, I don't see
I
it.
mean, she had a Chung and an Arminar. Yeah.
But it was a one-arm Chung.
They didn't start deducting for till the next quad.
Who knows? Might have done it at Rio if she had pulled some stunts like that.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
But I think she could have been the third place.
Could she have beaten Paseka?
Was
Because
Pasenka there?
Paseka was like less than a tenth ahead of Steingruber in the final.
Who came in second in Rio? Pasenka?
Paseka, she was like 10th more than Julia. She flopped.
Yeah, maybe even Makayla could have came in second place. Now that I'm thinking the Korean girl was there.
No,
Oh,
Yo
she
So
was
Jung.
there. She did try her Yurchenko. Oh yeah, that's the only reason why she flopped because she was trying to damn Yurchenko triple. What's wrong with
Oh, you mean
her?
the North Korean Hong Un-jong?
Yeah, yeah,
She won the Olympics in 2008.
yes,
She would have gotten this silver 100% if she had landed that ball. Or just done her
yes,
Amina.
yes. I just think that was it, though. Outside of ball, there was no other place Makayla Skinner had any value for Team USA. And so Team USA had to choose between, did they want to send somebody who had a kind of an outside chance for a vault medal, or somebody who was a sure thing for an uneven bar medal, and they went for the uneven bar medal, girl. That's your argument. That's the situation your coaches should have always taught you. That's your mat. Your whole anger should be at your coaches, actually.
She's gonna have
And
a
then in
epiphany.
London, I'm sorry,
She's gonna have an epiphany at like 50 or something, perhaps.
when her daughter sits up here and tries to make the Olympic team and really has no shot, and she has to explain to her daughter that she has no shot, she's gonna have to sit back and look like, but I'm doing my gymnastics just like you, Mommy. And then she's gonna have to realize, damn, did I really not have no shot?
Or were my coaches really not doing me great disservices? What do you think about if Skinner had represented Ireland or something like that?
Hell, she'll still be competing now because she will have no competition.
Or would she have retired sooner because she went to Rio?
No, see, this is Makayla Skinner's issue with gymnastics. If she was winning, she would still compete now. If she was Simone, she would still be competing now. She's not, her issue from that interview, it's not that she hated gymnastics. She hated the fact that she never won.
I thought it was a lack of passion. At least was part of it.
I think she has a passion for the sport.
Really?
Okay, how can I explain it? She has a passion for the skills she chooses to do. But for the sport as a whole, she could give two shits about. Pasinka at her best, no. Caitlin Young, I mean not Caitlin Young. Young at her best, no. But do I still think she had a shot at a bronze medal in 2016? Yes, because one of them girls was bound to flop, which is exactly what happened. So I think she would have came in third, but it was more of an outside chance. Whereas I'm saying Madison Coaching was more of a sure thing of winning the bronze medal. I mean, with medaling on uneven bars at Rio. That's why I'm saying Makayla Skinner, even if you would have came in third at trials, they still wouldn't have picked you for the team because you just didn't fit the structure of the team that Martyr had picked. And I'm so sorry, Alicia and Chelsea, that's the correct strategy. Now, I'm not saying all the abuse and all the other bullshit that Martyr was doing. I'm not saying lying to the girls like Tom was doing. But yes, the team is going to be Simone, Charlize, and three other people, bitch. Where do you fall at?
I need to respond to these comments. Even
Okay.
at Paseka's best was bad, Skinner would have dusted her? No. And Jim Landia,
No.
do you
Wait,
think that
okay.
do you think that at her best
Okay.
Julia could have beaten Skinner? I do. But I'm curious what you think.
Julia Yurchenko double was not great.
It was not bad. It was like scoring like what Gabby was scoring.
I think Skinner would have dusted Julia. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay, I want Jim Landia's opinion.
Jim Lenny, do you even know who Julia Steingruber is?
Yes, he's given respect to Julia before.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. She's just kind of older, in my opinion. That's why I'm not sure. Because he says he didn't really start watching gymnastics till, like 2011, 2016.
2011, 2016? Those are so different. Which one?
Between 2012 and 2016, between Gabby and Simone, that's when he started watching it.
Well, Julia was competing from 2011 like 11 to 20, 21. So he definitely caught her. Also,
NK couldn't have beaten Simone with more difference. Who's NK?
NK couldn't have beaten Simone with more difficulty.
I think he meant Makayla couldn't have beat. No, Makayla Skinner was not even touching. Like Simone isn't even in this equation. We're talking about who Pasinka
No, we're talking about
and
Julia
Julia
Steingruber
Steingruber.
versus Skinner.
Okay, we're talking about Steingruber versus Skinner. Who do you think would have won a box off? Rudy versus Double Twist, Chung and the Amanar.
Specifically at their best though, because Gymlandia just commented she couldn't have beaten Paseka and Hong Unjong at their bests. So it doesn't have to be best.
When was Skinner
It's
best
just
at
Julia's
vault?
best.
When do you think Skinner's best vaulting ability was?
Honestly, I think it was like 2020, 21. Not 2016. Because that Chung. Do you disagree?
I would say 2021 was her best vaulting year.
Yeah, good for her. She has that.
So Oscar,
Yeah.
are we allowed to talk about where you're at and what you're doing this weekend?
Yeah, it's not a secret.
So Oscar's in California and he's going to see Cal versus LSU, not LSU, UCLA.
I'm going to see UCLA versus Cal on Sunday. And then on the following Friday, I'm going to get to see Stanford versus Cal. And the UCLA meet will be. No. Did I get that wrong? Stanford versus Cal. And then. Excuse me. This Sunday, I'm going to see UCLA versus Cal at UCLA. Then on Friday, I'm going to go to Stanford and see Stanford versus UCLA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm very excited. The only other NCAA meet I've ever been to was this Yale meet at Yale in like 2018. It was so random, but I had the time of my life. Anything, if anyone wants, I already asked or told Makayla, but if anyone wants any routines recorded or any specific info, I'm happy to consider it. So just let me know.
Perfect. Um,
What is the schedule? Like today is the 21st, Wednesday, right?
yes.
Should we just try to go break down the next week of gymnastics?
Yes, because there's a lot of gymnastics coming up this weekend, like between the NCAA and Elite. Like,
I know. I'm going to get my computer. Wait, want to talk about something that Tiki mentioned really quickly? She was talking about when I got on, so I missed the beginning of it or how you guys got onto the topic. But she was kind of
okay,
talking about how coaches don't, she feels, her personally, don't have the responsibility and maybe shouldn't be given the obligation or the responsibility or expectation to support their gymnasts outside of coaching their gymnastics specifically. And then she said something later about the head coach at this third HBCU gymnastics program. I can't remember the name of the school, but the one we were discussing, how she's a good person, and I'm not coming for Tiki. Oh, I loved what she said, and everything she said was valid. I'm just curious what Makayla thinks. She was like describing how she thinks she's a good person because she supports her gymnasts emotionally outside of the gymnastics, and she also takes them to church, for example. And then also on top of all this, I just listened to Gymnastics interview with Miss Valerie Condos Field from like 2012, 2013. Miss
Jamelia said Skinner would have beaten Julia Steingruber. That's what I'm talking about. Stand on business, Slam. Stand on business, Langston. Stand on business.
Okay, agree to disagree.
Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No,
I
that's so
just saw
fine.
that comment.
It's a long-winded question. But just Miss Val was talking about how she, oh gosh, what about, she said a lot of stuff. First, she said, I don't like to talk to my gymnasts about gymnastics. Like it's about, we talk about their personal life or something. And then she was saying, I make a point. Maybe she was saying that after she had stepped down as the head coach, but then she was saying as head coach, she made a point um, to like help these girls with their mental health and reassess their priorities, especially the ones whose self-worth had been diminished or affected negatively by their coaching experiences. So what do you think the responsibility of a coach should be outside of the gymnastics, and any other thoughts about what I just asked you?
It's so hard because I feel like with the older, I feel like when a lot of the girls come to college, a lot of the college coaches have to basically deprogram them from all of the club and elite shit that they've been through, right? And I'm not. It's a case by case basis. That's my answer because some people are so like their coaches are their parents. Their parents aren't their parents anymore. So they look at their coaches as their parents. So when they go to these programs, they're looking for a new parent, right?
Yeah.
Um, and Jolandia, I absolutely do not plan on being on that long. So if you go live on your channel, I would be happy to tune in, and I might join you on your channel. But
Did
I
they
got
even?
about 30 more minutes. I'm done with this conversation. It'd be today. I'm so sorry.
I'm so confused though.
Uh,
Which time zone are they talking about? 11:30 where? Like in Japan?
I guess I don't know.
I don't know what time that will
I
be.
know you're extra confused. And now you're in your California time zone, shit, aren't you?
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock here, but it's good for you
Um,
because you like to go on late in general. Sorry.
I know, but I had to get on kind of early for Tiki, so now I'm wore out. So like, because me and Tiki been on since like 6 o'clock, so now I'm kind of wore out already.
Me too. No,
Um,
I meant for a different day.
yes. Um, what I asked her was something I posted on Twitter how it doesn't seem like there's any good coaches in the NCAA. How everybody, if you look hard enough, you gonna find some kind of scandal somewhere between somebody if you look hard enough. So
I'm like thinking of someone who has a good reputation. I know people, but those people, it's like I don't know nearly as much about them or haven't heard as many stories in general as other coaches. Like they're newer to me. So it makes sense that I've only heard good things, or one way, good or bad. Like,
okay, if you want to get on at 9:30, Jim Landy, I'll give you 30 minutes. I could stay on for 30. I could stay on to 10 o'clock around here. I could do that.
I think that's only
I could,
18, 17 minutes. So yeah, less than that.
um it's such a double edged. I don't know how to answer the question because I do agree with her that it's not the coach's responsibility to do it, but it's also a good thing if the coaches choose to do it.
Ooh, I see. I didn't hear her say that. That's like an excellent point. It's good for them to not obligate it.
That's how I feel. Yes.
I love that. Okay.
Like if like if a coach chose not to be that personable with his gymnast, I don't think there's nothing him or her. I'm sorry. If a coach chose to be not that personable with his or her gymnast, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. But if a coach chose to be that figure in that athlete's life, I don't see nothing wrong with that either. So it just it's a case by case manner. It's like if you're at a job or whatever, right? You can be the friendly coworker. That's cool. It's helpful. But if you chose not to talk to me for your whole 8 hours there, I don't see nothing wrong with that either. Like I'm just that type of person. Like we could be cool or we could just not talk. Either way, I don't feel no kind of way about it. Yeah, half the damn times I prefer the not talking part because um, so that's what we were talking about before you got on. Um, oh no, Oscar. Oh no, let's try to get Oscar back on. Because if Oscar's not on here, I'm not making it, you guys. I'm barely hanging on my damn stuff right now. I hope his phone didn't go dead. I hope his phone didn't go dead. Um, ooh, I wish Shilese was at this Winter Cup though. But I know Shilese doesn't like to compete early. But ooh, I wish Shilese was at this Winter Cup. Um, I hear the thing. I hear the thing.
Hi, sorry.
That's the thing. There we go. Oscar's back.
Sorry about that. I wanted to read a comment, but it's not letting me read the comments from like, it's only letting me read the 5 most recent comments. But
Oh,
someone must have commented something because Nisha said, Oscar can't go to USAG events. But I just wanted to read what the comment
oh, it was Johnny. Johnny said, "I thought you wasn't allowed to go to gymnastics meets anymore. No shade."
was. No, it's just USAG. I mean, I hope so. I'll let you
I'm
guys
pretty sure
know if something goes down.
he gets banned taken off at this point.
What'd you say?
How long?
Oh yeah, we talked about this a little bit. You think that they like are over it already, and I'm like,
I think so. I
no
think you
way.
probably will be good at this point. I mean, it's been a whole year. I mean,
Not
I don't
only
think
could
they're
I
that bad.
not handle paying for that and not getting a refund, my heart could not handle being having the police called on me again in front of all my fave gymnasts. No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
don't
not
blame
trying
you.
to do that.
I don't blame you. You should
Ooh,
try
they
it at
just
like older classics one year, like where there's not that many people, and then see what they say.
I told you I'm not gonna spill too much, but I have a plan of action that I might
Yeah.
follow. It looks like Okay, USAG posted a behind the scenes from camp video. Did you watch that?
No.
And also, you know, Livy in Paris, she like works for this company now or something, this media firm. They just did another interview with Tiana because they had done an interview with Shilese and Jordan. That was like 10 minutes long.
Oh wow, no, I haven't seen it yet.
Me neither, but just so everyone can watch it after we get off if they're interested.
And Nisha, of course I'm gonna watch it. I want to watch LSU destroy Florida. Of course. What might be USA?
The tour. Are they talking about a tour?
Oh, oh yeah. I'm that caused so much shit for USA Gymnastics last time. Like I doubt it, but I mean they might not have no other choice. But ooh, they were so unhappy with Simone about that damn tour.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about.
When Simone did her Gold Over America tour,
Oh, her tour. Yes. Yes.
because USA Gymnastics used that tour as like a way for them to sponsor the next 4 years of events and travels and shit like that. So they didn't have that last time. Because Simone paid all the girls, good money to go on her tour. So yeah,
Okay,
they
from
better
a
hope,
gymnastics
huh?
from a gymnastics fan's perspective, is there potential good getting USAG, the whole USAG, shut down?
Yes,
I think so too. Do you want to elaborate?
that's the only way for them to fix all of the shenanigans that's been going on in USA Gymnastics over the years is to start over from scratch. It's going to mean coming in sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth place for a couple of years, but that's the only way to start it over. You got to start it completely over from scratch.
So that's what you would say to the other fans who were like, but how are the US athletes, the gymnasts, going to like how are you willing to overlook how it's going to negatively affect them in the short-term future?
The way it's negatively going to affect them is Team USA is going to have to come in like seventh or eighth place for a couple of these Olympic cycles, and we're just going to have to deal with it.
But what if it affects everyone in all the events, not just the team?
It is.
Oh yeah, it wasn't clear that you were thinking about that.
Because I'm firing all of the coaches, like every single last one of them, like every single last one of them in USA Gymnastics, they would have no position in USA Gymnastics ever again in life. I mean,
I'm so
everybody.
happy that we agree on this.
I mean, no Brian Carey, no Andy Mimmo. I mean, everybody. Even the people names I don't know, they would get fired. We're starting over.
Exactly. No one.
Because my issue
Is there
is,
any reason though?
go ahead.
Sorry, you go.
Oh, what I was saying
I
is
was gonna.
because, no, go ahead, ask your question.
Is there any reason that the American gymnasts wouldn't be able to go to elite international competitions if USAG got shut down, did not exist anymore? Simply from a logistical standpoint, like they need like a governing body or something.
I think they need some kind of governing body. For most other countries, it's the actual government. But for
Yeah,
USA Gymnastics, it's the government body of USA Gymnastics. They govern the sport. So they would need to create a new governing body.
Let's all manifest this.
Oh, you want to talk about the men for a second, Johnny? Because I can. I don't think they need to really upgrade. There's no Russia. I think the men are primed for another bronze medal.
And
Is
that's where they should keep um their not expectations, but like or desires.
their
Should they
goal
be
to be
aiming for
a
more?
bronze medal. Their goal should not be to challenge Japan or China. It's not going to happen. Their goal should be to pick a team that's going to keep GB off of their ass, to keep Canada off of their ass, to keep the Ukrainians off of their ass, to keep who else is there? Yeah, that's about all they need to worry about. The Koreans off of their ass.
GB? Did you say GB?
Oh yeah, GB is their biggest rival.
Let's okay. Devil's advocate again. Is that okay?
Sure.
Um, let's say I'm Paul Judah, and I'm like, Makayla, like, of course we're gonna set our goals for like the silver or gold like as best we can for multiple reasons. One would be we want to do better than we did last time. We already got that bronze, so why not raise our expectations, our goals? Another would be that we have more difficulty in the tank that we just haven't thrown. And also, we also want to be prepared for the possibility that, of course, we could take the silver. I'm not even going to say the gold. If Japan or China, if China really flops, if one of them flops, and then we're there to take that opportunity, but only with the upgrades. Does that make any sense?
And I'm having this conversation with Paul Judah.
Any of the American men who have been to Worlds and won a medal is what I meant.
So the whole world team, right? They came to my office and had this sit down conversation with me after I told them the goal is to win the bronze medal.
After you said your goal shouldn't be no higher than the bronze medal.
Exactly. And then they came to me and was like, but we want to win the silver.
Or like, why would you? I just said what I said. You heard. Yeah.
I would sit that person down in my office. I would look them dead in their face and I would tell them, if you ever come to my office again with this bullshit, I'm going to take Brody Malone to the Olympics over you, girl. That was the world championships. We're talking about the Olympics. You think China isn't going to upgrade? You think Japan isn't going to upgrade? Y'all
That's a
can't
very
keep
good
up with
point.
them, girl. Y'all better worry about damn GB in Canada keeping up with y'all asses, girl. Y'all got different priorities. Get out my face.
Does the scenario change or does your answer change at all if, say, you're not in a position of power, you don't have an office, you're just a fan?
If I was just a fan, I'm going to use more curse words and say the same shit. And end it off with, Paul Judah, you need to worry about making the damn Olympic team your damn self and stop worrying about damn medals to worry about just making it to the damn Olympics.
Okay. Got it. I don't think anything you said is so controversial.
Talking about some damn stuff. Y'all lucky that Russia's not here. That's the only reason y'all have an opportunity to medal. You're like the damn Americans in 1984. No Russia, y'all get to medal.
So what
That's what I feel like too. I feel like it's gonna be the exact same team at Worlds, but instead of Paul, they're gonna take Brody, and Brody's gonna flop, and they're gonna come in like fifth place.
what do you think? Did they take Donnell last year?
No, they took Donnell to Pan American Games.
What place would the US men have taken in 84 if it was fully attended?
The men,
Yeah. Or you can do men and women.
other than the Soviets, who weren't there? The
In
Soviets.
1984, I think Germany was a powerhouse and they weren't there. East
They were
Germany?
not there. They boycotted it with the Soviets.
Yes, but it's not like they were irrelevant. Like they were winning medals at Worlds.
Yeah, they were one of the top teams. I'm trying to think of who else was in the boycott. Because I thought about it for the women's side. I never thought about it for the men's side. So,
But didn't the East Germans boycott 84?
yes, they weren't there. That's what I'm saying. They would be a team ahead of the Americans, yes.
As well as the Soviets. So the
The
Americans
Soviets
beat
was
the
going to win.
Chinese and the Japanese?
I don't think the Japanese was there.
That's gaggy.
I'm not. I don't. Either the Japanese were there, but they just weren't as strong of a team. Because it was a very long time where Team Japan wasn't a strong team.
But they were winning the Olympics gold in the 60s.
Yes, but then it wasn't until like the late '90s, or it wasn't until the 2000s when they became a strong team again. It was a good time period where they was like not shit.
Makayla, the
Yeah,
U.S. men, they beat China and Japan.
in '84.
Yeah, China got second and Japan got third.
Oh, that's dope.
It went United States, China, Japan, West Germany, Switzerland, France, Canada, South Korea, Great Britain.
So it was West Germany, so it was no East Germany, and East Germany was the strong team. It was no Soviets.
Damn, can you believe that?
Huh?
I'm so like I don't think it actually is shocking. I just didn't really know this piece of history that
No, I
like
think they came in fourth place as a team in '83. Like the men were like I'm not the men. It's not so egregious what happened with the men because the men were actually competitive. It's the women where it's like how many teams boycotted the damn Olympic Games? Like y'all did that to Romania. Like Romania should have came to this Olympic Games and watched.
that what I was gonna say is I'm surprised that Romania didn't have a men's team at the Olympics.
Romania's men's team sucked for a very long time. And it's still kind of sucky now, but they struggled for many, many, many moons. Many moons. Many, many, many,
I
many
think
moons.
their strongest period was
The
like
2000s.
90s and early 2000s.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a better men's team now than they have a women's team, so
Okay, let's play a game. It's really quick. Can you name how many of the 6 gymnasts from the U.S. women's team in '84 can you name?
all of them?
I didn't know. I could not have named 2 of them.
Okay, let's play. Do I have a time limit or I can just start naming people?
Just go.
Don't nobody give the answer in the comment section until I give my 6 people. Okay. Mary Lou Retton, Julianne
Don't look.
McNamara, Kathy Johnson Clark, well, she was just Kathy Johnson at the time. Um,
That's 2.
uh, huh? Wait,
You
let me
said
start over.
Mary Lou and Kathy Johnson.
Mary Lou, Julianne McNamara, Kathy Johnson, Tracy Talavera.
Those are the 4 I could name.
Um,
I'll be very impressed if you can get even one of these because
Shelly
we have
Stack.
never.
No.
No, we've literally never said these people's names on the
Oh,
show.
I know girls. I know these girls. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. I know these last two girls.
They don't know me, but I know them.
Diane
Honestly,
DeSears?
who?
Is it something DeSears?
Maybe, but there's no Diane.
Clearly, it's Diane Durham. It's something. Hold on. Let me get back to the DeSears. So that the other one's coming to my mind. I know the alternate was John Roethlisberger's sister, Marie Roethlisberger. Who beat Marie? Okay, who was there?
I do not know these people.
I know it was somebody else who tried to make the 80 team who held on to. Is it like Michelle DeSears or something like that? Okay, it
You
must not
pulled
be.
out of nowhere.
Okay. Oh,
I'm so impressed. Good job.
and
So Michelle was on the 80 team, or she got on the 80 team.
I think so. I think so. But this other girl was around the whole quad. Oh, I know who she is. I see her face.
Low key, I think I've heard of her, but I've never heard of Miss Hair. Okay, I can give you a hint.
Okay, give me a hint.
This gymnast was also not only did this gymnast win the silver medal in the team competition at the 84 Olympics, they also were a member of 1983 and 1985 World Championship teams.
Ooh, okay, that's a good clue.
I could give you more clues, actually. Let me give you one vague clue, and then I
Okay,
have a final clue that would pretty much give it away if
okay.
you know this person or anything to do with this person. So the next clue would be at 95 Worlds, she upgraded her difficulty on floor and performed back as her second pass.
Hmm. Yeah, I have no idea who it is. I have no idea who it
Okay, last clue. Coaches were Don Peters and Mary Wright.
is. That was everybody. I have no
No?
clue who it is.
It says they were also coached by a Nancy Clute. Okay, the answer we were looking was Miss Pam Bilek. Bilek?
Damn, Violet. I knew. And she was a very successful gymnast. She was a very successful gymnast. Let me try to put the link in the thing for Gymlandia. Uh, I'm sorry.
Alice, thanks for playing.
I'm sorry, Cam. You know what? Well, like I could probably name like three. Is that their 1988 team? Like I have no clue.
Oh my god. Wait, let me guess first, and then you fill in the blanks. Because I don't know at all. Like, at all. I'm about to expose myself. Okay. You have... Obviously, you have... Obviously, you have... Oh, I can picture her.
I put the link in the chat. I put the link in the chat.
Oh my gosh. In 88, you had... Did Kelly Garrison. And you also had
Hey
Elon
y'all.
Bean.
Hey, boo.
Hey, so
Hi.
I'm on my lunch break actually, so I'm not gonna be here for too long. But listen, I had to defend myself, okay? Because I feel like y'all, I would like say some shit, and I guess like, cause I be talking like mainly AABE, so like a lot of times it don't like what the shit I be saying. You don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like it don't actually like it's hard to read. So like let me bring up a couple things that like I heard. So the main one was about Skinner. So like what I was saying about Skinner, I was like, what did I say about her? I was like, basically, is something wrong with my audio?
No, we can hear
It's
you.
like a little crackly.
Okay,
Is that for you?
yeah, I keep hearing crackling. Let me see.
It might be my audio.
Okay, I think it's. So yeah, basically,
Is
what
it
I was
my
trying to
audio?
say about her, it keeps going in and out, but like, what I was trying to say about her was like, basically, when Marta was picking the team, she had no idea what. All she knew was that Hong Eun-jong and Paseka beat Simone at the last Olympics. Dinner, I mean, obviously Paseka dropped the ball in Tokyo. I mean in Rio, and Hong
You mean at
Eun-jong failed because
Worlds?
she attempted. Yeah, but
Do you
all
mean
all she
2015?
knew was what she saw them. Yeah, when she was picking the team, she know what she saw them at last, right? So that's why she did not take Skinner, because Skinner would not have beaten Hong
At Worlds,
Jong
yeah.
and Paseka at their best. Like she wasn't going to do that even with her Amanar. So like you to have a realistic chance of the team. And I do want to say, Makayla, I didn't agree with you was saying like the Olympic trials. Like the Olympic trials doesn't really mean shit. It's like a last alternative just to compete, just to just to like your last chance. But realistically, we knew who was gonna make the team at the national championships. Like we knew who was going to Rio. Skinner did not realistically have a chance of going to Rio. Like the only person that changed shit up was Lori in 2016. But you know what I'm saying? Like it was supposed to be the same team except Maggie instead of Lori. And then Lori came along and took Maggie's spot. Like we knew he was gonna make the Olympic team in 2015. So why she's acting stupid, like, oh, I made the team, I didn't get a chance. You didn't realistically have a chance making the team in the first place because we knew who were going to make the team. Same thing in Tokyo. Like we knew it was going to be Simone, Suni, and Jordan Childs. Like we knew those people were going to make the team before the Olympic trials even started. 2012, we knew it was going to be Gabby, Jordan, Allie, Kyla, and Makayla Maroney. Like they literally, all the commentators said that while watching the team. They used to have the little team bracket, like they make like the team with little brackets and shit. They already made that shit anyway before it even started. So the thing was, if anything dramatically changed, shit could change. But unless someone got injured, Skinner didn't realistically have a chance at making it to the Olympics anyway. So that's what doesn't make like that's what we're saying. But like basically what happened is the post that she retweeted that she's talking about, the person used a monkey emoji to like block out Gabby's face. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what she used when talking about Gabby. So when people said she was racist, they were saying she was racist because of the monkey. It didn't have shit to do the same shit that they did to me and Makayla on Twitter. That's the same shit that happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, that's racist then, girl. Like, I mean, I never saw that, but I'm gonna look for it. And when
Oh
I
yeah,
find
I
them,
posted about it when I made all my videos dragging her. Like she used like the person that like blocked Gabby's face out. They used like that monkey emoji that blocks her face out. And then she was trying to say, "Oh, it's just a random emoji." Why y'all always got a monkey emoji when it's for black people? Like, stop fucking with me. So like that's why she got called racist. And the thing is, it is some audacity for you to be trying to even compare yourself to Gabby Douglas as a gymnast. So in my opinion, that is racist in itself. Because you would just never see someone like Jonathan Owens compare himself to Tom Brady. You just would never see it. So like for you to compare yourself to Gabby Douglas, like that alone is racist. Because no, only a white woman with nothing but audacity would do some shit like that.
and then you don't, and then like that's a great example because you don't have smoke for like the girls who got picked over you on the team. Like you don't ever have smoke for Grace McCallum, and Grace
Right.
McCallum got picked over the team for you twice. She got picked. You beat Grace at trials in 2019, but they still picked Grace on the team over you. And then they picked Grace on the Olympic team over you in 2021. But you never have Grace. You never have smoke for Grace.
Or Madison coaching, like you said,
Never
the
have
person
smoke for
she was
Madison.
competing with was really Madison because Madison was a specialist. She was the bar specialist for the team. But the thing is, obviously, bars was more needed than Vol. And like I
It was a
said,
guaranteed
realistically,
title, whereas Vault, it was. That's what all I'm saying. I'm not saying she should have been on the team. I'm just saying Vault was possible. It was a
right,
possible bronze medal. Whereas Madison Coach, it was almost a guaranteed medal for her own bar. It's like, why would they pick you
right.
over? Why would they pick a possibility over a guarantee?
A guarantee, exactly. And the thing is, what she don't understand is not only did Gabby beat all of y'all hoes at nationals, she beat all of y'all at Jesselo. She won the American Cup against Maggie Nichols. So everyone that got shit to say about Maggie Nichols, did you beat Gabby at the American Cup when you had your chance? So that's Maggie's argument right there. Like, bitch, you was done because you lost to Gabby when you had all lights on, a whole packed stadium. You couldn't beat Gabby Douglas. But you mad because she got picked over you on the
Can
team.
I say
So it's like,
something?
what?
I just wanted. I had. I, I'm playing too much devil's advocate today, but I just have a thought in that was matter that Maggie was coming back from serious injury early in the season.
I mean, it don't matter because that's when Maggie was at her full strength, and at her full strength, she was still weaker than Gabby at her full strength. So why would you take like into
I thought
consideration?
she
Oh,
got
if she gets
injured
back up,
before the American.
no, she didn't get injured. She just downgraded her. Her and Gabby both did not go all out though. So I mean, like, regardless,
Oh, see,
if
I
you look at
downgraded because she was injured. So, sorry.
no,
No,
Maggie, she still had a double on floor. Like she wasn't. Only thing she downgraded on was I think she downgraded a little bit on bars and she didn't do her Aminar. Everything else she did her complete max. You said she could have done a full in on beam. That wouldn't really helped her because of like the deductions and stuff like that. But still, there's nothing more she could have really done. Gabby only scored like a 15-2 on
She didn't bring the worlds, right?
no, she didn't bring the full into worlds either.
I think Maggie got hurt at Jesselo trying her arm and R, but she got hurt doing her arm and R again. Then she
Yeah,
stopped
I
doing
think
that.
Gabby's injuries was minor, but still, like Gabby came in fourth at nationals. Like people understand that the Olympic trials is the last chance, but for most teams, you know exactly who's going to be on that team before the Olympic trials. The Olympic trials is really just a little cute meet before the Olympics, and they announce the team. But without even watching the Olympic trials, you know who the fuck gonna be on the team unless something dramatically changes.
I
Like
don't know
I'm
about this
sorry.
year though. I don't know about this year. This might be the one that might break the record because I still don't know who's going to be on the Olympic team at this
The
point.
thing is, I don't think they're gonna go by top five because Jocelyn was not top five, right? Neither was Kayla DiCello, and they still took them. So I think that they're a lot smarter than they're still stupid. Like they gave Jocelyn a chance over Jade, which wasn't smart. They still made some. They were stupid to take Kayla DiCello over Jordan Childs. I think they were right. Like I said, that I thought Jordan should have been taken over Leanne, but looking back at the event, I think they made the right decision. Makayla Skinner was robbed by Dominique Dawes. I'm yelling. But I'm telling
Shut up,
you, the
John.
way listen, the
Shut
way I'm
up.
finna
Thank
drag
you
that,
for your donation though, but shut up.
listen, the way I'm finna drag that hold around my ratchet podcast, like just be ready. Like, because I can't like, and the thing is, it's like you failed 3 times on beam. Gabby failed. It took Gabby 2 days of competition to fall as much as you on one event. And you have some nerve to be talking about like the thing is Gabby didn't have shit to prove. She won her silver medal at the Worlds last year. She won the American Cup. Most people thought Gabby Douglas was a lock for the team. No one was
Well,
taking Gabby Douglas' spot. Like we knew this shit coming into 2016. If Gabby just showed up, she was gonna make the Olympic team. You didn't have no sponsors. No one knows who the fuck you were. You weren't bringing no money into USA Gymnastics either, bitch. And I hate to be the one to tell y'all, if you don't have no sponsors, you're not getting picked for the team. That's another thing. Like, you need to have some name recognition. They were never going to let Maggie compete over Gabby and Allie in the all around because who the fuck is Maggie Nichols? Who knows who she is? They were never going to let Lori compete over Allie in 2016 because who the fuck knows who Lori Hernandez is? So I
and
like
it's,
some.
and it's like Maggie Nichols wasn't even a consideration because you know I hate that it happened to her, but she actually spoke up against USA Gymnastics, and Marta and them wasn't having that shit. So
Not
little
in
did we
2015.
know.
She wasn't starting. She didn't speak up against him in 2015.
Well, I'm talking about in 2016. Little did we know Maggie Nichols was never even a part of the conversation. It was never going to happen for her. So
I disagree. I think that mathematically, she just was not. She didn't have no place on the team, regardless. Like, so I don't agree with that.
I think even if she did, I don't think Marta was going to take her no matter what she did. Like Marta did not like that girl.
But it's
For
like
sure.
Marta knew Skinner was a bum ass like gymnast. Like, don't get mad at Marta for not being Stevie Wonder. Like, you want people to be blind and not see your fucking faults. And it's like you're not a good gymnast. And I had to clear someone. They was like, "Oh, Skinner is the Great White Hope." No, the Great White Hope has to be good. You're not even good enough to be the Great White Hope, ma'am. So, like, you're not even good enough to even have that to wear that label. Because what you want to say about Komova, Larissa Yordaki, these are good gymnasts. You're not even good enough to wear that label.
Yeah, no.
You saw that
Like
on my
Marta
community
hated that
post.
girl so much. Marta didn't even let her go to the Worlds that one year so she could get their double named after her. She let that double get named after Victoria. What is it? Victoria Moore. Like
Yeah, Marta only took her in 2014 because she had no other options. Just like 2010, they had to piece together a team. So that's the team where literally they took Ashton and Madison on the same team. So like, you get what I'm saying? Like sometimes they didn't have that many options for USA, and they had to like pick what they had. But she was just never a top girl like on the international stage. And the thing is, when bitches out here getting an 8-2 execution and the last code, like, what does that tell you? How the hell you getting 2 points off in deductions in the 2016 code? Motherfuckers could fuck around and get like a 9-1 execution, and you still getting an 8-2, unless you know how bad your execution really is. Like, I just
In the
can't.
Rio quad?
Yeah, she only got like an 8. When she lost to Musafina, she got like an 8-1, 8-2 execution. And Musafina ate that hoe
Madison?
up.
man, okay. Now I was really watching that one. And I'm just like, Makayla, you sit up there and cry like you deserve that damn bronze medal, girl. Like
I would say Mustafina's turns were a little bad. I'll say that. But at the end of
I,
the day, your turn, huh?
I will say this. I will say this for that. If that, she was beating Mustafina for the whole competition, and then the team finals, Mustafina did her two whipbacks into her Arabian double front, which everybody thinks is an upgrade, but she was always doing her Arabian double front to her badly, which she didn't do. So it wasn't even an upgrade. She just switched up her
Yeah, she
tumbling.
only gained a 10th from that.
She didn't even gain a tenth because she didn't do her leap after, which was she was
Yes, she
doing.
did because a whip to double Arabian is 0.2, a double Arabian to stag is 0.1. So she did gain a 10th, but that's all she only
Oh,
gained a
yeah,
10th.
okay. So yeah, like
And you know what? She took a step on her being in the event final.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So that should have been like. So if that's her gripe, you can have that one, Makayla Skinner. That's the one you can have. That's it.
But no, because it's like you're just
Yeah,
not that good. I hate to be the one to
yeah,
tell you
yeah. I
you're
mean,
not
it's
that good of a gymnast.
just an overall better routine than anything that you would have ever constructed. Like,
But the thing is, it's not just her that had delusion because the thing is you weren't just racist against Gabby. You had the Arizona Republican. You had the Arizona Republicans give you a gold medal to spite Rebecca, and Rebecca came on social media wearing all of her medals to be petty as fuck the next week. Because it's like, in other words, you were trying to say that you deserve the gold at Tokyo over Rebecca. So it's like this is the first time you don't specifically only sent for a black athlete. Langston, how do you feel about Gabby's possibility to make the team, knowing that she's willing to not compete if she's not 100%? She's doing bars. So the thing is, I think Gabby has a better chance of making the team than Suni, and I'll say that against anybody. I think that, like I said, Suni had a full twist. Listen, Suni had a full twisting Yurchenko last year with a 5'8" bars B score, and she was in an inconsistent beam routine. So I'm someone who's giving Suni really good media attention on my channel. Y'all know that. But if y'all keep talking shit about Gabby, I'm gonna have to start talking shit about Suni because that's how I get. Like when you start trying to tear down a black woman, I'm gonna give you the exact same energy right back. So with Suni, I think I'm borderline starting to think Suni overrated, and I said what I said because, like I said, Suni has never put together no consistent beam routine internationally. She's never I'll give her this. She's at least won medals on bars, but she's supposed to be the Olympic and world champion on bars, and she lost to Nina both times. So it's like I'm gonna need to see some evidence. Y'all shoving Suni down our throats. And the thing is, yes, she has a hard eponymous skill on bars, but that's not gonna give her a high start value. Like even with that, her start value is still barely higher than Simone's. So it's like it's going to be much harder for Suni to come up with a competitive bar team than Gabby. So it's like I don't like I'm saying I see I still think Suni has a realistic chance, but I think Gabby's chances are higher than Suni's. And I think a lot of people think that, so it's not delusional to have that perspective. But I'm shocked that Gabby's competing floor. Cause like you even said that if you would that's the one event I swore you would not see her at. I could have believed bars and beam, but floor and I think it's kind of not a smart decision for her body because it's like why are you gonna unless you're gonna not really be tumbling for real. It's like if she gonna really go out there and tumble, like what is you really out here tumbling for this early in the season?
my only guess, this is just guessing that you want to prove to everybody that she's still all around her. And nobody questions her bars, they question the other three events. That's my guess.
What do you guys think if Gabby is doing a layout pass on floor?
A
So
double
from
layup.
what I've
Just
heard from multiple sources is that Gabby's gonna do a front full into a full end. I've heard that from a lot of people. Obviously, I don't have no data. Like you saw that a lot of people told me about Trinity having all these upgrades. So like I said, I can't confirm it, but from what I've heard,
first she's doing a front full through to a double tuck. I heard her tumbling passes are a double layout, a double Arabian, front full through a double tuck.
okay, that makes more sense. But I heard she was doing a front full to a full end, which isn't unbelievable for me. She's connected out of a full end before, but still, it's like that's some big tumbling. I do think that, like I said, Gabby doesn't really have that much errors in her routine. Maybe she's tumbling because she can do it. People become stronger as the age. Yeah, but floor is the specific event people get injured the most.
My issue isn't with
Wait, I
Gabby
couldn't hear
tumbling.
what you guys said.
What happened, Oscar?
I just couldn't.
And
You guys answered at this time, so I couldn't hear what you said about her layout on floor.
so Makayla said they were doing that Gabby had a double layout, a double Arabian, and a front full to full end. I said I've heard from multiple sources that a front full to double tuck. I've heard from multiple sources that she's doing a front full to a full end.
Oh, I've heard all of those, but I'm saying, what if she ends up throwing just a layout on to save her body? Are you gonna write her off, or is that okay?
Oh,
No, I mean the thing is,
if she
I
just does
know.
compete her new music, I'm fine with that. I
Listen,
guess.
I know, like people saying, I know Gabby Douglas as a gymnast. Gabby is not here to fuck around. Even if Gabby doesn't really have any difficulty at this Winter Cup, I know by the time we see her at Classics, we'll see a whole brand new gymnast. Like Marta Nuves, Gabby's a gymnast that peaks at the last time.
Yeah.
What's the point of peaking now? Who the fuck is she trying to prove to? Suni's a gymnast that peaks early. So that's
I
the difference
totally
between
agree.
both of them. Yeah. Suni
I
the one that want
agree,
to fuck
but
around
why
and
would
have
she
all these
even
difficult
do
connections.
floor? Why would she even do
Yeah, I don't
floor
know.
this early in the season if she doesn't have the stamina to
Maybe
do her pattern?
for this is why I think she's doing floor. Now that y'all talked about it, because y'all got to remember, even though that's not what she's saying, the reason she started this comeback was from her dancing with the stars, or the mass dancer thing that she won, right? So maybe she tried to prove that maybe floor was the first event she got back, actually, because of the dance thing that she went through.
No, let me say something. I heard someone say that why is she gonna go all out for this YouTube meet? Like, what the? She even got on NBC coverage. Like, what the fuck? She like giving y'all a good bar routine with on a fucking YouTube live stream. Like, if I was her, I wouldn't do it either. Like, I want all the. I think she's bringing full. I think she'll give us. I don't know if she'll do a double pike off beam. I think that's also very hard on her knees and ankles and shit like that. But still, I think that she'll give us a pretty competitive beam. I think she'll give us a double twisting Yurchenko. But I wouldn't be shocked if she just did a full twisting Yurchenko either. Because why even do the double? But something that I'm mad about is I think that it would have been smarter for them to send Gabby and her to Cotabus, let them get some international scoring, and or maybe send Kalia or
I
maybe send
think
Kalia Lincoln too.
I think Gabby wants to go to whatever that team competition they send the girls off in Germany. The
You talking
DK.
about they also have pack rams too, so but I expect to see at least Simone or Shilese for pack rams.
Yeah, they haven't. They're doing from Winter Cup. They're doing. They named the assignments they're picking from. They're picking for Bakaru. They're picking for the other one after Bakaru. They're picking for the DPK something
Yeah.
chapter
Doha?
Germany. And
No,
I
so
think
the
it was,
Podco apparently the Podco's happening at the same time as the Winter Cup, so they can't do that. It's too late. They're not sitting any women.
no, not Kaba. This one after it is Baku.
Okay.
Baku is next weekend, and then there's one after Baku in Doha.
But I'm mad as fuck about that because you shouldn't be letting none of these international assignments slip past. Like, why did they not send any girls to that one?
They don't need nobody to qualify to the Olympics.
I know they don't need anyone, but just let's see how they're scored internationally. Kalia Lincoln has never been scored internationally before. And I'll be real with you, I don't think Kalia Lincoln or Zoe Miller both would score that well internationally. But I think that let's have some kind of idea. Why did any US
I mean,
people go to Cairo? That's another wasted opportunity they lost. Was listen, other countries they just sent China qualified. They just want to see how some of their girls would score internationally, right? So it's like send never miss an international meet. Just send girls to see what they'll get so that can factor into how they'll be picked future wise. Because
the
a
people
big
that
thing
need
for
to
Gabby and
send
Suni is we,
actually friend are in college. They need to send Jade and Leanne to these World Cups. Jade and Leanne need scores like yesterday.
okay, but the thing is, we know how Jade will score though. So I mean, Jade and Leanne, we have seen how they'll score internationally though. So I mean, even them, they're kind of good. We know that Jade can score high on bottom floor. We've seen her score high on bottom floor internationally, hella times. We've seen Leanne score. I mean, Leanne, she obviously didn't do her best, but we know that at her best, she could still score pretty decent internationally. So you got to realize both of those gymnasts have made world teams. Like you know what I'm saying? So they both have won. Jade has won two individual world medals. So I mean, we do know what she would score. But I think that Kalia Lincoln,
When
obviously
has
Zoe Miller's
Leanne
hurt,
scored
but
well
like a lot of these other girls,
internationally?
she
When has
hasn't. But I'm
Leanne
saying that
scored well
also,
on floor?
you said what?
Oh,
What did you say,
sorry.
Oscar?
I asked when Leanne scored well on floor internationally since 2021.
So she hasn't. She hasn't really, but she hasn't put together her best routine either.
Where did Leanne score? Did Leanne score good on floor last year? Or
I
am
misheard you then.
No, she scored like low 13s.
Oh,
She scored a 13
is
too.
it? What's the good floor score? A 14.
13
Yeah.
too.
But I'm saying, obviously, if Leanne actually hit her best, we know she scored like a 13-9, maybe a 14 or so. You have to also factor in without the major errors. So it still gives you some, like, we know Jocelyn did practically her best and still scored like a 13-6. So we know, like, Jocelyn's max is like probably a 13-8. It's like we kind of know, like, it still gives you some kind of
See, but
bearing.
that's another thing about them World Cups too, because at them World Cups they were scoring Jocelyn on the floor routines like 14 plus, and that didn't happen at World.
I was just
So
about
she
to
did score.
say
Jocelyn scored like she scored barely a 14. But that was a really, really good routine. That's like the routine of her life.
41.
She scored a 14 on she scored a 14 on the dot. Yeah. So really her
I
max on
don't think
floor is like
Leanne would score a 13-9 though, because she downgraded her routine from last quad.
but you think Leanne not gonna upgrade? Like,
I don't know. Leanne made some
She
really
could. I'm
weird
just saying,
decisions
like,
with
she would
her.
need to upgrade, not just hit her routine.
so I think if she hit her routine from last year, she scored like a 13-6 or 13-7. I think that if she but the thing is with Gabby, I think Gabby can score like a high 13 or 14 because like I'm like you gotta realize Shilese has hella built-in errors and she's still getting like a 13-8. So it's like you don't have to have big tumbling to get a good score. Think about Nina Durwell. Like, so it's like all you have Nina was still scoring like a mid 13. Nina fucked around and made floor finals in 2019 with two tumbling
The little
accidents.
Chinese girl made floor finals last year with a double tuck.
And she had like a 13-8, right? Like, so I'm
Mhm.
saying, like, I think Gabby, because
She's
the thing is,
gonna be a
Gabby's dance,
couples.
yeah, Gabby's dance and Gabby's like leaps are really good. The thing is, like you said, I'm curious to see what Gabby and Suni both score on beam. Suni has a lot of built-in errors on beam, so I don't like Suni. Suni has never gotten above an 8-0 execution on beam internationally, never. So like, I'm hearing people talking about, oh, Suni gonna take. I heard you say Suni gonna take some out on beam. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I believe it. I'm so sorry. I hear what you're saying, friend, but I believe in Suni on being. I believe it. You're right. She's never putting it together in event finals
But
on
the thing is,
being.
she's hit beam. Like, she hasn't done her best, but she's hit beam before and still got like an 8-0. The thing with Suni is them slow connections and them ring leaps. It's like you can just tempt her to death.
Yeah,
So it's
that's the thing
like,
with Suni. On USA soil, them ring leaps are gorgeous. When she goes to the world, she gets timid, she gets scared, she holds back.
yeah,
I don't know what up with that, but I believe in,
three
especially
tenths.
not
Listen,
doing like if she just is focusing on being bars and beam and let Gabby do the all around, that just would make me so happy. Because
but I'm sorry. I think her double twisted your check. Like, I still, if you had to choose between Gabby and Suni tomorrow, I would bet on Gabby. Like, I'm
I'm
sorry because
saying
it's
yes,
like
I like Suni only being the bars and being specialist now and letting Gabby do the all around. That's what it seemed like they're got what is gonna happen.
I'll be the one to say it. But if I had to bet on bars, like who gonna score higher on bars, I would bet on Gabby. Cause like I said, Suni don't have the composition to be put in. I talked about that. Like the code really fucks Suni over. So for Suni to put together a good bar routine, like it's gonna be hard for Suni to put together a bar routine that would have the same D score as Shilese, let alone like a high bar score. Like you see, she's doing her eponymous skill with a pack salto combination and still only gonna have a 6-1 D score. So it's like yes, she's doing really hard shit, but like actually the code, she's not going. It's gonna be really hard for her to get a difficult bar score. Gabby can really get on the routine and fuck around and still get like a 6-3, 6-4 D score on bars. So it's like looking at the math ain't mathing for Suni right now. So the person I'm most curious to see about is gonna be Trinity Thomas. Because this is gonna answer a lot of questions about her. But I would not underestimate her. I think Trinity can definitely score like a 55, maybe almost a 56 if she really comes to her shit together. So I think a lot of y'all underestimating her.
I'm definitely underestimating her because I don't see it. I don't see it. I see her scoring
Wait, Makayla.
13-5 off the board. I see her score a nice 54. I see her being in like eighth,
you gonna
ninth.
underestimate a you gonna underestimate a black woman during Black History Month though?
The same way you told me about Scott Blakely, I'm telling you about Trinity Thomas. Not going to be
Okay, listen to what
delusional.
I said about Sky. I think Sky can score really well,
Wait,
but I
before
don't
you
care
say
how
that,
well she
I
scored.
just wanna.
She's shown us that like she can't be reliable. So I never doubted that Sky can't score well. I'm talking about Sky's reliability. That's my
And
beef
I'm
for
saying,
her.
I just don't see where Trinity going to get her difficulty from. Like, I just don't see.
If she does a Chusavitna on floor, which I think she can do, if she letting her double layout like that, you mean to tell me she can't add a twist to it?
Okay, but what's she going to
Hey,
do
you
for her dance
guys.
skills, Fred? Like, she never did dance skills in the
Wait,
elite
can I just say
gymnastics.
something?
She had a 5.9 score on floor in 2019. She just didn't put it. She just didn't. She had bad
Makayla,
landings, but she had a 5.9 score.
Huh?
Makayla,
Oscar?
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just wasn't sure. I just wanted to say I'll log off, but you guys enjoy your conversation. It was great talking with you both, and thank you for inviting me for the conversation with Tiki. Love you guys.
See ya.
See you too. Yeah, I'm not gonna be on here for that much longer, but still,
I'm not
like,
even a friend. I'm going to get off now. Thank
yeah.
you.
But
Thank you.
all
Thank
I
you.
can say is like, I think that Suni is being overhyped, and I love Suni, but and I give Suni really good coverage. Can no one ever say I come for her? Because I like Suni as a gymnast, but when people acting like she got all this like be so for real. Like actually look at the code, like look at the math. Suni has to work a lot harder than Gabby to me. So I said what I said. I don't have to see routines from Gabby to know Gabby not gonna fuck around when shit matters. When
And
Suni, when all she was on the line for the world team,
my only issue with Suni is no matter how great I think she is, her kidney could fuck up at any moment in time and take all that goodness away.
exactly.
And that's just real. That's just it's sad, but
But I think you underestimating Leanne and Jordan Child. Leanne's chances for the team. Leanne don't make two world champions teams
look,
back to back.
I have to. I have to. You know why? Because Leanne is direct competition to Gabby. So I have to. Like I
Not
can't
really. Leanne is competing for the backup all around spot.
that's what Gabby like it's between to me. The three all around spots are between Simone, Charlize, and Gabby. Then you have Suni to do bars and beam, Jade to do floor and vault. That's the team.
No, so let me say something. That's if Gabby's a top three all arounder, but usually the team would be Simone and Shilese with Jordan Childs or Leanne is the third all arounder with Gabby and Suni the same way Leanne was. I'm sorry, the same way Sky Blakely was, right? And then you would have Jade. So I'm saying that realistically, that's only if Gabby is the third all arounder, which I believe she will be. But I'm saying that if Gabby is not the third all arounder, they would probably take Jordan Childs or Leanne, and then they would have to choose between Gabby and Suni. Personally, I know y'all keep talking about Gabby and Suni, but it's like I don't know why y'all both want them on the team. Like in terms of mathematics, they both fulfill the same role. I don't see the reason of bringing them. Only reason I can see it is because Gabby does have a good double sister Yurchenko, so she could be used on Vol. She could be used on Vol in team finals. Suni
If
cannot be used on Vol.
Gabby is the third best all arounder, and maybe Gabby got like I don't know. I don't know what Gabby can do on floor. Maybe Gabby's for to come to this competition and fucking throw some shit that we ain't never seen before. Like it's not like she hasn't done it before. So
Yeah. But Gabby ain't coming to embarrass herself. I know that with all her haters.
I know that about Gabby. She does not play. Like if she didn't feel like she was ready, she would not come to Winter Cup.
No. And Gabby's
I
been
was,
training for more than a year. Simone
I
was only training for 6 months before.
was when Gabby Douglas said, "Okay, I'm coming back," and then she came with classics, and everybody was like, "Gabby didn't do gymnastics for like 4 years. Like she, like no, what was it? 2 years. Like she's not gonna.
Yeah.
It's going to take a place to Simone in that competition. So I don't put nothing past that girl. Like
Yeah. I know, like I said, we know Gabby is a gymnast, and for what we've seen from her in training, she already has her old form back. And realistically, the handstands are handstanding for me. Like, so, like with that,
mhm.
I said,
feel like
I
the
don't know.
answering questions. I feel like people did. I feel like they didn't send nobody to Cairo because it was too close to Winter Cup, and then there was too much traveling back and forth when they were using
But
Winter.
Winter Cup is an insignificant competition. It really
But
is.
they're using Winter Cup to decide bigger teams, like for more important competitions to them. So
Oh, let
I
me
guess
say some last shit, Makayla.
go
You
ahead,
know how
baby.
people were trying to send for me because of the shit I was saying about Becky Downey. But you know damn well I wasn't wrong.
Y'all know how I feel about Becky Johnson over there. So people don't do no
and
defending
what
Becky Johnson to
and
me.
what did I say? Listen, North Korea will give up any clips if we get an apology out of me. Like I said what the fuck I said. Like it's a it's a different year with her. She's still doing the same shit.
I love Becky Johnson. She needs to be the girl coach. She needs to coach that team. She needs to be the head coach of the GB Gymnastics.
Listen, a bar specialist falling with a 5.7 bar score is 5.7 D score is crazy. Like you didn't even listen. You competed to be a bar specialist and you only got a 5.7 on bars, like, and you fucking fail. Like, it's like Becky. What like? And the thing is, when your New Year resolution comes, you're supposed to be making dreams for the new year. What do you do? What are you telling yourself your New Year's resolution? I'm gonna fuck around the same way I did last year. Like, do you not have any motivation to do better? Like, and I
Her
just
only,
can't.
her only luck is I don't think either Gadarova's sister is going to be ready this year.
Gabby ain't no Chelsea member. She ain't making no comeback. Yeah. Gabby ain't no. She ain't here to fuck around. She's when she comes, I don't know what she has, but listen, even if she don't look good right now, I know when shit matters, if she's healthy, she's coming for a place in the Olympic team. Like, and that's point blank, period. And people are upset about that because they know that Suni's gonna have to work a lot harder to get a spot. That's all it is. Same way they were mad about Maggie and all these other girls in the past. Like, and I just hate that. Like, I just wish people could not tear down Black women, but that's what they're gonna do. And that's like if y'all keep sending for Gabby to empower Suni, don't be shocked when I have to come for Suni because I don't give Suni the utmost respect consistently on my team,
Uh,
but y'all ain't gonna
they
talk
just
down
use
about no Black
Suni as a placeholder. What you going to do when they start using Simone to tear down Gabby? Because that's what's really going to happen.
But so I mean, they already do that. They already do that. They always try to put Rebecca against Simone anyway. They always try to get. They always try to put Shilese against Simone. So it's like that's what they do anyway. That's what they do when
But
it
it's
comes
going
to
to get
doing
real.
that to Black
Like
women.
I can see. I think it's going to get real bad this go round.
Really?
I think so because they're going to use what Jonathan said against them both.
But the thing is, Jonathan said that like 12 years ago.
I know.
So I think the problem for Simone is, let's just be real, the Black community always preferred Gabby over Simone. So I
Yeah,
think that for her, I think Simone's gonna deal with some issues because number one, Black people still ain't forgot about what the fuck her husband said. Like they still talking about it on social media. So it's like
this
they're
day
gonna like bring that shit up, huh?
to this day, people are still talking about it.
Yeah, like so it's like I think that's gonna hurt Simone, but it's like I think that if anything, people are gonna try to tear down Simone to try to empower Gabby, which I'm a check too. You know, I'm gonna check that shit. I'm gonna clock them motherfuckers like Big Ben in London every time. But still, like, that's what they're gonna try to do. Mm-mm. But yeah, my pot.
You better not come up with no damn slow ass violin. That's not your thing.
You said what?
She better not come up with no slow ass violins, balletic, trying to be damn nasty loose and bullshit.
Okay, she ate that shit up in Jessalo though.
But that's not exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like stupid slow, like Nastia's routine.
Ain't no Black people choosing who's gonna be on the team. They have a big influence though. Don't think that the Black media don't have a big influence over who's gonna make the team. The Black media helped Gabby a lot in 2016.
The black media is really gonna want this all black team after nationals when the top 5 girls are black girls.
Do you think the top girls will be Black though?
Simone, Gabby, Charlize, those are the 3 people I expect to win all around that nationals. To be honest,
What about Sky Blake? I think Sky Blakely can win at nationals. I just don't think. I think even if Sky Blakely hits
I
all her
think
competitions,
the next three spots are going to be between Sky, Jordan, and probably Leanne because I don't see.
yeah, like I said, Leanne and Jordan gonna go
Maybe
toe to
Kayla
toe.
DeCello.
That's one thing about them.
I keep underestimating Kayla DeCello, but she
No,
did get them hold that.
listen. People overestimating that hoe. You don't apologize. Cause listen, them leaps still look exactly how they looked 3 years ago. So
But see, I can't say that though because she keep clearing Jordan Child. So if I'm,
okay, but listen, Jordan fucked up though. Don't sit up and out like if Jordan really listen. Jordan 2022 would eat that bitch for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Listen,
Jordan for 2022 would. I don't,
let Jordan and Leanne both clear. Kayla DeCello is the great value version of Jordan Charles and Leanne Wong. I said what I said. And I heard a lot of people say that it's like comparing Maggie Nichols to Gabby Douglas. Like, of course, Maggie can beat Gabby if she makes a mistake. But if Gabby hits, like Maggie's not going to beat Gabby Douglas. Okay. Like, hate to be want to tell you. She's worse. Like everything that Kayla does is a deduction. Like, I just can't.
ooh, Kayla DeCello. I wish.
Like Kayla is looking pristine at Pan Am's. Kate, come on now. Like, she was competing against Flavia, like, and Jordan Charles was fucking around. So stop. And with them Pan Am scoring, like, I want to see how Kayla would score internationally. Because
I do
you gotta
too.
listen,
I do too. That no on some real
listen, them
shit.
judges, wasn't fucking around with her when she came to Japan for the World Championships. Them judges wasn't fucking around with her. Like, so like I think that if she competed now, like the judges, they would be on her ass for real. Like she just got too many like deductions. But I think that for
I'm so sorry. Y'all kind of McLean fans, don't come to me with that bullshit until you show me some real gymnastics, not college gymnastics, some real gymnastics. Don't come to me with that bullshit. I
I
don't care
hate
what
that
that
for
girl
Connor though
said.
because like Connor was like she was supposed to be that girl this quad, and it's like she's really kind of faded into irrelevancy, and I kind of hate that for her.
There's always one. It just happened to be her this year. Hey,
Yeah, I heard a lot of people on my channel say that, but I don't like. I said if Gabby really comes with it, I don't know what to tell Suni.
there's just, I don't
I
know.
hope Reby don't fuck around and get herself hurt.
I, I really hope not either, man. Like, because Brazil need her. Like, Brazil have no, it just have no,
Listen, a full and double pike off beam.
it just makes no sense. And see, the thing is, John, I know you're trolling, but I think Connor absolutely has the absolute talent to be national beam champion. I absolutely do. It's just,
Yeah. The thing is for Connor, her other events really were never that good except for beam. So it's like when you throw her to mix like this, she really just be like a beam specialist. Like, why would you use her on bars? Or I think she can be used on floor, but she's not gonna bring in the best girl on floor. So it's like if you think about it like mathematically, I just don't see the place for her on the team.
I think the best decision Connor had was to go to LSU. She's over there getting her tens and slaying the house down over there. Like,
No, I want to see Connor make the Olympics. Hopefully, she really comes. I think that next quad we're gonna see Connor. We're gonna see Sky Blakely. Like I think that'll be their quad. They really rise on international stage. But what would you do with Sky Blakely? Because it's like she's fucked around 2 world championships. Would you really trust her a third time?
it depends on how she does at the Olympic Games.
Why would you give her a chance to go to the Olympics though?
Because I think she fits my all black team and she has the correct vaults and the
No,
correct.
I think maybe. I think maybe it rivals 2016. But I think 2016 team was like they were excellent. They really like they had everything. So I think it could be. The thing is, it also depends if Jade is healthy too. I want to see what Jade comes with this end of the quad. But the thing is, Jade one of them other bitches. She don't fuck around either when shit really on the line. Like
Yeah, but
so,
see,
we
the
gonna
issue with Jade is like how Gabby is
NCAA.
starting now. I think this is why Gabby is starting now, so she could get the mistakes and stuff out the way. But my fear for Jade is they're not going to give her a chance to fuck up during the trials
Right.
process in order to give her a shot to make it to the Olympics, so she could get her shit together.
The thing is, that top five shit, they better not do that shit. That's what Time did, and we fucked around and lost to Russia. So it's like, don't do it.
I mean,
They better.
unless the top five is this, unless the top five is and Simone, Charlize, Gabby,
Jade ain't
Scott,
making top five.
Jordan, and if that's the team, I wouldn't be mad. But
Jade, like I said, the problem for Jade is Jade ain't gonna make top five.
if Jordan has her shit together, she have her Charles and her Amanar, and then is doing
Jordan
a.
ain't cut. Be realistic, Makayla.
I do believe Scott Blakey would have a chunk and Amanar before
But
Jordan. No two
yeah,
ladies.
that's true. But the thing is, I think that's gonna be Sky Blakely's last hope. But it's like the thing is, I don't like I said for Sky Blakely, you falling on beam and bars internationally. Those are the events that you known for. Even when you hit bars, you can't outscore Simone. So it's like what? And the thing is, but my beef is, I feel like Gymnastics was really coming for Gabby, and I feel like they was trying to put Sunny on a pedestal during their coverage, and that shit rubbed me the wrong way.
Hmm.
Cause I talked about it on my shit. Everyone was agreeing too. Like I left them comments. But yeah, we gonna see. But anyway, I gotta go back. Is it the winner at trials automatically? Jade is not making a team. I will Tanya hand if I get an all PLC. John, I don't believe in PLC. I only believe in niggas. Okay. Y'all know that about me. Them motherfuckers don't like us either.
I
I agree, Langston. Yeah.
I feel like Sky is giving up her beam dream and is focusing more on ball and floor.
That's why I don't fool with Gymnastics. Yeah, like I know a lot of y'all were liking my comments about them, but like they were really trying to put Sunni on a pedestal, and they were trying to like, oh, Gabby got to do this, Gabby got to do that. Like, what about what the fuck Sunni has to do? Shorty had a full twist of Yurchenko. Like, come the fuck on. She was not, and I mean, I think they should have. I would have taken her over. I would have taken her over Sky Blakely last year if she would have been. If she would have came, but still, like Mamas didn't really have shit to offer like that for real, except a decent beam routine that was inconsistent. So it's like y'all talking about what Gabby needs to do. You ain't even seen Gabby. You don't see Sunni fuck around last year. Like, stop with that shit, bruh. Like, please. Nathan is the only. So now they're back to only the top spot, which is Simone. I think Simone and Shilese are gonna make it. Those are two I'm very sure about. If they don't take Shilese, now we're gonna have to really cuss them the fuck out. Cause it's like, I know you fucking lying.
My only issue for Charlize is this squad, other than Simone, she never really had a challenge from Team US. I mean, maybe Connor, but the only reason Connor won was Charlize fell.
Because he
Like,
failed twice. She literally failed twice, yeah.
so Charlize never really had a lot of competition this squad. So
But the
wait,
thing is, it's gonna be hard for someone to beat her scores. Shorty was scoring like a 57, high 56 with mistakes. So
but I'm
I
not
still
sure.
think,
But like the judges love Gabby. Like, and when they start
yeah.
giving Gabby her scores, Charlize might get shook. And
I
Charlize,
think internationally, not domestically though.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, the judges don't like Gabby domestically, but she can still score a pretty decent. But she ain't putting up no 58. I don't think here.
I do think Kalia Lincoln is a beautiful dark horse. I would love for mamas to be in the running. She just needs to do 2 vaults. If you're gonna be a floor exercise specialist, and
Yeah.
you have to
Her
do 2
floor ain't
vaults.
even,
Like,
I'm
you just
sorry,
have
but
to,
her
like,
floor wouldn't even score that well internationally either.
but I think the true dark horse is that damn Addison Feta.
Yeah, but that's true. But anyway, I gotta go. I'm gonna head back to work. Uniform on and everything. Like
All right, friend. Thank you.
no problem. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too, boo.
How do you get off of this? I really don't done one of these.
I'll let you. I'll get you off.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye. I said press the button again, girl. I said press the button again. There we go. So, you guys, that was our show, our preview show of Winter Cup. We talked about a lot of stuff in this episode. We talked about so much shit. And it ended up being 4 hours anyways. And I'm going to talk until it's 4 hours. I cannot wait to see Gabrielle Douglas. I know we've been skeptical, but I just cannot wait to see Gabrielle Douglas compete on Saturday afternoon. I just cannot wait. I can't wait to see Trinity Thomas compete. I cannot wait. Thank you all for tuning in. Yeah, I said it was about to be 4 hours before we get off. Thank you all for tuning in to this episode of the Gymnastics for Everyone Network, hosted by your good co-host, Makayla Loves, your host, Makayla Loves Gymnastics. Please like, share, and subscribe. Share this video to a friend, to your neighbor, to your favorite gymnastics lover. I love you guys, and I will see you guys in the next episode of the show. Bye.